It looks like all our problems are solved. Welcome to the Jade Chamber.
Oh, great. I have no idea what we would have done otherwise.
I didn't think we'd really manage to get you here.
This was a last-minute situation, and you're the one we trust the most.
To put it simply, we are just looking for the right person to help. We had a very long discussion about it, but to no avail. I have tasked my 3 most trusted secretaries with overseeing an important auction tomorrow. This, however, leaves their regular duties unattended to, and the work cannot afford to go undone. The nature of their day-to-day work is highly sensitive and confidential, so whomever I ask to fill in needs to be someone I can trust, and who doesn't have a conflict of interest. Yes, you were the person who came to mind. We may not have spent a great deal of time together, but I do place a great deal of trust in you. To me, this work is highly sensitive and of utmost importance, though I'm sure you'll find it to be mundane at best. It would not surprise me if you can't bear the tedium or can't make the time. And yet, despite this, I thought it could do no harm to ask the question, on the off chance that you are interested. As it happens, I was just having a discussion on backup plans with my secretaries before you arrived.
But the outcome of that discussion was that we couldn't think of a suitable alternative.
This is a good reminder that we should always have a contingency plan for everything.
Anyway, this may add to the debt of gratitude I owe you, but the fact is, your arrival here has rescued what was fast becoming a rather dire situation indeed. I wouldn't worry. It's all work you'll be quite familiar with. Planning trips, gathering pertinent information, that sort of thing. All basic skills required by competent adventurers, if I'm not mistaken.
If you have any questions about your work, I will answer them shortly. The administrative work Lady Ningguang touched upon just now is only one aspect. You'll also be required to cater for Lady Ningguang's basic daily needs, such as clothing and meals, and be on call for any other requests she may have.
Don't be mistaken. I won't put you in a difficult position, and I will fully respect your judgment. All right. Please proceed to the office. Bai Shi will go over the work with you in more detail.
Yes, Lady Ningguang. Okay, let's go.
I want to know where the Ningguang X Beidou ship comes from. As far as I'm aware, that's very popular. I'm just curious, because as far as I'm aware, they haven't had any on-screen relationship. I think Beidou mentioned her once in her hangout. Yeah, her kit. Yeah, I played Ningguang once, and never again, because she is the only character in the game that doesn't have a normal attack combo. There is no normal attack combo. She uses the same attack over and over again. Meaning she is beyond fucking boring. Beyond fucking boring. She's incredibly boring to play, incredibly bland. She isn't that strong to even make up for it. Her kit isn't all that special. If I remember correctly, she's basically a Geo fucking Yanfei. There's something else I was thinking about, but I totally fucking forgot. It's not fun, but it's also clunky, because, yeah, she's the only character in the game that's like this. If there was a couple others, or if it was handled better, if you're right, but it's literally just looping the same animation over and over in a really unnatural way. And it's shit. At first I thought it was bugs, but no, it's genuinely how he designs his character. And honestly makes me stunned that people actually play her. Some people actually play her as like their DPS. But yeah, it's literally Yanfei. Just keep hitting to get Star Jade and then charge attack to unleash them. It's literally just Yanfei. And then her skill blocks opponents' projectiles, can be useful. I don't know if it also blocked opponents themselves, If so, it can be useful as a geoconstructing protection. And I think it has a passive later, which we'll see. Yeah, and then this just deals damage, but it doesn't say how many fucking gems this creates. So I know it's 87% per gem, but it doesn't say how many gems, so I don't know how much damage it is. Okay, there's a little quality of life thing which makes her a little bit better, keeping stamina up for Yanfei. Oh, I thought it was attacks which go through a jade screen. No, a character that passes through will gain a geo damage bonus. Oh. What does Constellations do? When a normal attack hits, it deals aid. Okay, cool. It doesn't say how much though, so I... Okay. If that also debuffed enemies, that'd be okay, but it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, her kit, it just seems beyond fucking bland. I don't know if she came before or after Yanfei, probably before. It feels like they released her, everyone fucking hated her or something, and they were like, alright, let's make Yanfei and let's just make her better. And we did. This is the only Geo-Catalyst character in the game, and what a fucking waste, as far as I'd say. I mean, I do know, like, you can make... I've seen clips of her dealing, like, pretty damn good damage, but damn good damage doesn't make up for this bullshit. The rest of the kit could kind of be fine. This is remarkably simple. This is very unique. It's simple but unique, so that could be really good if it was complemented by a really good other skills and good passives. For me, these are both kind of passives which should be just part of the ability in base kit anyway. Like how I hate how Yai's second passive is really should be base kit. Or I don't know, one of her passives, the one which resets the cooldown on her skill. It really should be base kit. Fuck off, YouTube ad. Right, yeah, I'm probably not talking about. I just wanted to recheck Ningguang's kicks. I've literally only ever played her once. Just in case she's in the store right now. So I thought it'd make sense to quickly double check to see if I wanted to or not. And yeah, I definitely don't. I'll pick her up at some point just when she appears on a banner, just so I can get the for completion. Because I would like to, of course, eventually have every character. Alright, I'm probably going to stop talking now.
Before I get into specifics, I want to start by giving you the big picture. As a member of the Liyue Qixing, Lady Ningguang's every move is in the spotlight. Maintaining her perfect image at all times is absolutely essential. My usual job is to be her right hand, to maintain her image and take care of all her worries. For example, arranging her daily schedule, picking out clothes for her, dressing her, applying her perfume. You misunderstand me. I am simply trying to impress upon you the sheer importance of the work you will be undertaking.
Baisha has always been very passionate about her work. I can leave any task in her capable hands, and rest assured that her performance will be nothing short of exemplary. I'm sure she was simply trying to share some of her enthusiasm, in the
It's
hopes
really
that you may
unfortunate because I
find
actually
it
quite like.
infectious.
Well, it's been a while, so I don't know if
Thank
this
you,
is still
Lady
true.
Ningguang.
She doesn't get much screen time, I don't think. But I
Back to the
really liked
topic at
her
hand.
back when she was
Let's get into
plot
the
relevant.
details.
I really liked her screen time that I've seen of her, but she hasn't been much of it, and I haven't seen it in a while. So it's a shame that her kit, to me, is fucking awful, the worst kit in the game. So I'd never even consider using it.
Bai Xiao and Bai Wen handle tasks that require enormous experience, while I'm mainly responsible for organizing her daily schedule and making sure she is well fed, dressed for any occasion, and that all her needs are met. I can go through the methods I use and give you some pointers based on my experience to ensure that you are fully equipped to perform your duties. All in a day's work for the traveler, Great, then I'll skip that and just get to the handover of duties. Currently, there are 133 items that have yet to be scheduled, 17 of which are high importance, and yes, I did try to make a start in advance, but only got as far as roughly prioritizing the tasks before I ran out of time. I'll go through the most important items with you in more detail. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to stop me with questions at any point. First is the periodic meeting with the representatives of the 8 trades. After that, fielding opinions on revisions to the current tax legislation. Then, a discussion with Lady Kuching on issues relating to time restrictions on land conveyance deals. Following that, there's a Q&A session with all the major commerce guilds. Right after that, there's... Yes, you do. To the uninitiated, scheduling may sound like a simple process of matching tasks to time slots, but there is actually far more to it than that. You need to take travel time into account, along with a whole spectrum of potential issues that can arise. Ample knowledge of all outside factors that may weigh upon your Plan A is essential to devise a workable contingency plan. I assume this is all making sense. Unless you had any other questions at this point? Good. Then let's press on. We're tight on time here, and there's a lot to get through. And we still need to leave enough time for you to prepare Lady Ningguang's schedule. Already? Wow. You're a fast learner. Very good. This will be much more efficient.
Wonderful. Then I'll be counting on you to provide my schedule for tomorrow. I'm grateful for your assistance. Now, I will leave you here in peace to proceed with your work. I still have a few items from today's schedules that need addressing. If anything else is unclear, you can ask Bai Shi.
Take care, Lady Ningguang. Good. You factored in both priority and efficiency, and produced a rigorous and well-structured schedule. You've clearly considered it from every angle. Excellent work. You've got quite a knack for this. Please be here at the Jade Chamber tomorrow morning before Lady Ningguang wakes up and start preparing based on the schedule. With you helping out here, we will be able to focus fully on the auction. It will be quite a complicated affair. I hope so too. You must be exhausted. Make sure you get an early night tonight.
Because I think I think it's a really interesting opportunity as well with Ningguang as a character to, you know, like hang out with a political leader.
No time to lose.
7 to... Okay. There's an opportunity to do some really cool stuff. Hopefully we see some of that.
You know, there are better ways to seek out our enemies than, well, standing here.
Oh, this is cool, because I was saying before I wanted more context on how it actually is to be in the Jade Chamber, so she does sleep here.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Oh, how strange. Me too. I'm joking, of course. I slept like a baby. Sorry to disappoint you. Now then, the schedule. Let's see what you have for me today. Item 1. Lunch at Lioli Pavilion with Miss Lua Chiao. Ah, yes. I remember the invitation. I need to make sure I'm well prepared for this. No, someone I've never met before. Today's lunch will be our first time meeting each other. She's paying a high price for my time, and I intend to make sure she gets her money's worth. Otherwise, tens of millions of Mora is rather a high price for a lunch, even one at Lioli Pavilion. Wouldn't you say? That's right. Even at this price, there is no shortage of people willing to pay for a lunch opportunity with me. To be clear, I've never had any hand in setting the price. I too was rather surprised to see it become so expensive. Time is very valuable to me, so when I first came up with the idea, I made a rule that my time would go to the highest bidder. Gradually, it developed into a lucrative business. Yes, that sums it up very well. Most people looking to buy my time are business people who believe that whatever they spend now, they will make back several times over in due course. Naturally, for anyone looking to make a profit in a complex market, the bottom line is having the requisite experience and expertise. All I can do for them is share whatever insight I may have. As for how much my insight is worth in terms of Mora, everyone has their own idea. There is no standardized way to measure something like this. You are a very lucky person, you know. You get to sit in on this lunch for free. In the hands of a professional business person, the kind of information you'll be exposed to would be worth, well, tens of millions of Mora.
Holy shit, she knows how the stock market works. Oh, dear God.
There's no need to be nervous, of course. Now, let's have some breakfast before we leave.
Let's have some breakfast before we leave to go have lunch. Oh, man. Alright. So when my father was coming in, I think this is kind of funny that I'm running around as the terrorist to try to destroy the city right now. Now, Ningguang does know John Lee's true identity, doesn't she? Right? So I remember, it's hard to see I'm at a distance, so my neck fucking hurts from sitting up too much, especially while playing DVD. can't actually see if their eyes are open from here. I'm going to assume they are. Because if I remember correctly, John Lee said that he sent everyone necessary, like a dream or something. Whilst they were dreaming, he went into their dreams and said, "I am John Lee. I am not dead." And then my planet needs me or some shit and fucked off. So I believe all of the playable Liyue characters, or no, Ganyu, Keqing, Ningguang. Who else? Just those three? Maybe just those three? Know who he actually is? And of course there are implications that Hu Tao knows who both he and Venti are.
Just what will become...
I'm sorry, I like taking pictures.
Did you organize this entire breakfast? I know what's going on then. Please, sit. Have a taste of the Jade Chamber's chef's cooking. This kind of food tastes far less satisfying if left out for too long. What do you think? Is the food to your liking? Don't forget we have a lunch later. Save some space, or you might miss out on some even better food. Still, I'm happy to see that you approve of my culinary tastes. On occasion. Usually everyone is too busy for a leisurely sit-down meal. There is an awful lot to get done most of the time. Breakfast also isn't usually so lavish, hence my surprise when we got here. I actually thought you had cooked it all yourself. Relax, I'm just joking. Baishar probably made arrangements yesterday to add a few extra dishes to the breakfast menu. You willingly took this work on, knowing that it would be tedious, and you have worked diligently. My secretaries and I are very grateful to you. Treating you to some food is but a small token of our appreciation. Breakfast sets the tone for the rest of the day. You can't compromise on it. If you wake up to the same monotonous meal each day, you will start to feel fatigued even before you start working.
Fuck's sake, Ningguang. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh dear. Literally me.
Well, I'm done eating. We should get ready, then head off to Liali Pavilion. I have some preparations to make first. Could you bring my clothes to my room, please? I need a change of mood, and a change of clothes will facilitate that. Who knows? Perhaps you will have a completely different impression of me after I change outfits. I already instructed Longyang to have my outfit ready. You can fetch it from her. Thank you. I'll be in my room.
Hello, how may I help? Ah, yes, of course. Please wait a moment. I'll go and get them. Here you are. Please give this to Lady Ningguang. Yes, this whole room is full of Lady Ningguang's personal items. Not just clothes either. There are all kinds of jewelry and ornaments. Lady Ningguang asked us to rearrange this room recently. We're currently right in the middle of that, so everything's in a bit of a mess. That's why it took me a little time to find this for you. Anyway, you can take it now. Thanks for coming to pick it up.
Did you get it? Ah. This is the one. Please, wait for a moment.
So this is a outfit which you can purchase for only 16 quid? Cheaper than a Fortnite skin.
I had this specially tailored recently, and I must say, I'm really rather fond of it. What do you think? Be honest. I just want to know your first impression. Phew. Thank you. I was actually a little nervous. Knowing that it has your seal of approval makes me feel much more self-confident.
Right, yeah, let's just go full Viz mode. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Oh, then it's mere flattery. You pick your moments to wisecrack, don't you? Now I don't know whether to take what you said earlier seriously.
Shit, fucked up. No.
I never knew you had such a mischievous side. All right, let's head to Liali Pavilion.
What? How is my Dendo Traveler artifact set, right? I have Deep Wood on her, right? What the fuck is this? Oh. Okay. Ooh. So this is like a spectral artifact. Can you even get Elemental Mastery in this slot? No. What's in Nahida have in this slot? Elemental. Oh, okay, never mind. You can. So maybe you would want Elemental Mastery in this slot over crit damage or crit rate. I had profoundly bad luck getting Nahida artifacts. Like, this is a okay artifact, isn't it? And this is offset. This also like seems alright. I think I want mainly energy recharge and elemental mastery on Dendo Traveler. So I think they're mainly about their burst more than anything else. My back is bleeding. Okay, cool. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I don't really know what happened to that. I think a spot went. Huh. Okay, so we have energy recharge with crit damage and crit rate in the slot again. I mean, actually, like this again, this is actually a pretty solid artifact. Just as far as artifacts go, it's got 3 desirable stats, 2 desirable substats, a desirable main stat. It does have defense, and it's also missing a 4th stat, which is unfortunate because that takes away one of our rolls. Dendro damage bonus artifact. Reason why this doesn't go to Nahida is just because it doesn't have elemental mastery on it. So instead it goes to Dendro Traveler. Otherwise this would be a really good piece. If that defense was replaced with elemental mastery, it'd be fantastic. It'd be a really good artifact for Nahida. But it isn't. So instead Nahida has this, which is a really good artifact, but it is offset, unfortunately. And then back to this, okay. I mean, these artifacts are alright. What the fuck does Dendro Traveler actually want? They do have elemental mastery scaling, right? Yeah. It's an outright damage boost from elemental mastery. Same as Yai. Not quite as much as Yai. Well, actually, literally the same amount as Yai. Technically, the same amount. So it actually also affects the burst. So every 100 elemental mastery, giving you a 10% damage boost for the burst. That's like actually pretty damn good, I would think. Because typically, like 1000 elemental mastery is considered like the that's a peak. Apparently you can go over 2000 elemental mastery. I don't know how the fuck, but apparently people have done it. But typically, like 1000 is where like any character has scaling with elemental mastery. 1000's elemental mastery is where it stops. I mean, this doesn't have an absolute limit, but yeah, you're not going to get above 1000. Oh yeah, this burst interests me. The skill is just particle generation with a little bit of damage. But yeah, the burst is where it's at, I think. But unfortunately, those transfigurations, I'm not too much of a fan of things like this, where I actually have to really keep in mind what element I put in. Constellations. Yep, so it's an extra more energy. How much does it cost? 80. Ooh, okay, that's a lot. Okay, so it lasts 15 seconds instead of 12, so it's a 5-second cooldown. Yeah, so it's a 5-second effective cooldown. That's bonus elemental mastery, right? Unfortunately, it's only 60 elemental mastery. Which is technically better than what Sucrose gives. But Sucrose has 2 passes. One of them gives a flat 50, and the other one gives scaling based on her elemental mastery. So... and this is a decent support. I can definitely see how a Dendro Traveler can actually output some really good stuff. I can definitely see it. I gave him like energy recharge stuff because I want to be able to use that burst a lot, I think. Because Iron Sting would also be very tempting. I'm not anywhere close to being ultra upgraded at. I could actually farm the pieces though. But it's only for 15 elemental mastery. Yeah. I think that's a decent chunk of resin to spend for just a 15 elemental mastery boost, which I may not actually even use. So I don't know if I'll use Dendro Traveler yet. At all. I would like to, because I would like to use a Traveler in something. And I have the least Dendro Trap characters, because I've basically entirely relied on Nahida. I do have Collei. Do people say Dendro Trap is better than Collei? Let me consult the tier list I have, real quick. I have a character tier list from Game 8, which I used to... Yes, according to Game 8, Albedo is the 5th best sub-DPS in the game. Number 1, Nahida. Number 2, Raiden. Number 3, Kazuha. Number 4, Yelan. Number 5, Albedo. Number 6, Xingqiu. Number 7, Zhangling. Number 8, Nilou. Number 9 is Yai. Number 10 is Venti, and number 11 is Ganyu. Number 12 is Mona, and number 13 is Kuki. Number 14 is Kirara, and number 15 is Fischl. 16 is Ayato, and 17 is John Lee, apparently. Apparently John Lee is above Beidou. Kai is above Rosaria? And Sucrose? And Collei? Really? Kaya above... God. Ugh, okay. Fucking Deo and Beat here. So yeah, where's Dendro Traveler here? Do they not put her on? Oh, they put in C tier. Oh. Oh, well, that's C0. Don't put fucking Traveler at C0. Or always put them at C6, because it's not hard to get C6 Traveler for anything. The thing is, of course, I know that if I switch this tier list, I remember there's a Constellations option. If I switch it up, then it's going to act like C6 Traveler is equal to any other character being C6, which it isn't. Getting C6 Traveler is easier than getting a single Constellation on any other character. It's so much easier, because there's no RNG in it, it's just play the fucking game, and you'll get it. Half of them from story, half of them from Statue of the 7. It's not hard. So C0 Dendro Traveler is a C tier sub DPS apparently. Below fucking Jean, Lisa, Dea, Layla, Kokomi, Toma. God damn it, brutal. Some of these placements. Candace C0 as well, detail. I looked at Candace's kit earlier, and there's actually some parts which interest me. She basically seems like she can almost... She isn't the same as Yelan, but she can almost function with the same... She fulfills the same team role as Yelan. I think if you don't have Yelan, you could use Candace as a viable replacement. Because they both, at C6, deal higher damage coordinated attacks. And Candace also actually gives you a damage bonus when dealing norm attack elemental damage. So I mean, honestly, if Candace's numbers were higher, she would be better than Yelan. But they're not, so she isn't. Better for Yelan specifically for Hu Tao. I mean, that 20% damage bonus is very tempting, especially since I believe it would be final. Because like, if it says like elemental damage bonus, and that just means it's stacking on top of wherever it is, but it just says damage bonus 20%, and it's coming off of talent, which implies it's multiplicative instead of additive. And multiplicative is much better, especially with Hu Tao, since she gets an extra 33% just from her passive. Though, actually think about it now, it's also... I don't know if I would rather that her Ascension stat was pyro damage bonus. Or crit damage. Because, I mean, the crit damage thing is pretty damn nice. But is it better? I would say no. I would think, mathematically speaking, having elemental damage bonus as your Ascension stat is more valuable than crit damage. Because first of all, elemental damage is harder to source. There's only one way to source it. Whereas crit damage, of course, you can get on literally anything. And on the other angle, goes down tier list. What the fuck was I saying? If you compare an elemental damage goblet, 46%. So elemental damage goblet goes up to 46%, whereas a crit circlet goes up to, I don't have it, 62%. It goes up to twice the crit rate, which is why crit ratio is 1 to 2. It goes up to 62.2%, which is obviously a lot more than 46%. And so therefore, you have less elemental damage bonus, and it's harder to source, and so therefore it should be a higher priority when building. Especially since also it's a consistent bonus, whereas crit is RNG based, no matter what. Unless you have 100% crit rate, it's RNG. My point with the artifacts is that you can source a greater amount of crit damage from your artifacts than you can elemental damage bonus. Right? I feel like I'm not explaining this quite well. Your artifacts can only, they will never exceed 46.6% elemental damage bonus. They cannot exceed that. Unless you count as set bonuses, then obviously they can. But we aren't. Crit damage, or crit rate, obviously do not have such limits. And that's why. It's just, you can build that crit rate if you want to, but that damage bonus is intrinsic and powerful. That's basically my point. And also, I mean, if it was just as much as what Child gets, I believe Child has 36%, and he still has an Ascension to go, which I think will raise it even further. So if she had a damage bonus equivalent to Child instead of crit damage, it would actually probably be equivalent in value, or basically equivalent in value, to a elemental damage goblet. And then you could possibly run a HP artifact instead. That's not a bad artifact. What's my placeholder set again? I have it on Amber, mostly. I swapped. This is the one which Tartaglia is using. Yeah. So this is a placeholder set I have for. Let's do it quickly. Right. So it's the starting stats. And what? This artifact's level 20 already. Otherwise, these are basically unleveled. Crit rate, HP, attack, perfect. Attack, crit rate, crit damage. Unfortunately 2 defenses, but also crit rate and energy recharge. Also is a HP artifact. I'm just gonna... Is HP better than attack on Hu Tao? I don't know. Of course, it's only good up until a certain point. Because there's no point in building HP beyond the point where, of course, the passive exceeds 400% of base attack, not passive the ability. So once you reach that point, there is an upper limit to how much HP you should build. And this also has a little bit leveling into it. This is also a pretty good one, because Elemental Mastery I think is good for her, because sometimes she'll be causing Vaporize. I don't know, because the thing is, I was expecting that Tartaglia was supposed to Vaporize off of Zhongling, but apparently no, it's supposed to be Tartaglia getting the Hydro Proc, which allows Zhongling to Vaporize. Apparently Zhongling is supposed to be the fucking damage dealer, not actually... Tartaglia is just supposed to prop Zhongling up. He's just supposed to... That's the crazy thing about Tartaglia National, as far as I'm aware, is that as far as I understand it, Tartaglia is actually just there to buff Zhongling, which is crazy to me. But anyway, this is also a respectable artifact, so I don't know if Hu Tao likes... if Hu Tao is going to be the one vaporizing, or if instead she enables Xingqiu and Yelan to vaporize. Well, the thing is, well, actually, well, of course, with both Xingqiu and Yelan firing, both at the same time, yeah, probably will be getting more Hydro Procs than Pyro. So yeah, it probably will be Hu Tao vaporizing. But it'll probably be a little bit both. But yeah, I do suppose from that standpoint, chances are Hydro will be applied before the Pyro a lot of the time. That makes Dragon... Okay, I'm glad I just ran through that in my head, because now I'm a little bit more confident in this. I would imagine this is a solid set for Hu Tao, right? It means a flat 35% damage bonus and then an extra 18% attack, which isn't great, but I mean, attack is attack. It'd be better if it was HP, probably, but it's fine. Of course, this is a set I've been using on Garnu, effectively, and it's gone pretty damn well for her so far. Alright, let's put it back on Tartaglia. And see, this is why I hang on to artifacts. This is why I hang on to them and I don't get rid of a bunch of them. This is why I have so many 5 stars piled up which I don't use. Because they might end up useful one day, and guess what? They do. If I'd thrown out those artifacts thinking, I won't use them, I wouldn't have a solid placeholder set in place for Hu Tao. Well, hell, that might be her best set. It probably isn't. I imagine she probably prefers the regular Pyro set for Pyro reactions. But I imagine that's like at least second best. Actually, you know what? Let's quickly check it on Game 8. That's not too spoilery, right? Again, typically, I like to use my own builds, but I want to make sure I'm not wasting my time or resources. And especially when I'm like wishing on characters, I want to know that they will actually be valuable to me. Because I wish for characters which I like, but of course I also want them to be strong. I'm quite lucky in that all the characters I wanted. But when I was starting the game, my top priority was Garnu. Garnu was the one character which I knew by name, and so I was like, I want her. As far as I was aware, she was like a main character. Maxwell made it out like Garnu's the main character of the game. And so she's the main character I wanted. And what do you know? She was my second banner. Technically third. But I didn't count the first banner which had Ayaka on it. I immediately recognised Garnu and I was like, fuck, mine. Well, I also recognised Nahida as well. I didn't know her name, but I just recognised her as a... Oh yeah, there's that glitch, apparently, where you can kick this child and they'll fly. From a Maxwell video. That's where I recognised Nahida from, so I was like, alright, well, I need to do that. I literally went for Nahida on the basis of doing the fucking glitch where she can fly. It turned out to be the best decision I ever made with my account. She also just so happens to be the best character in the game. I personally think. That's a funny thing. My Nahida is not well built. My Nahida is poorly built, if I'm being honest. Not a 1-2-piece set bonus, right? Not even that great subs. This artifact is pretty damn good, I'll be honest. This one's really good. This one is a 4-star with 2 rolls into attack flat. This is also a 4-star with 1 roll into attack flat and 1 roll into elemental mastery? I don't know. This artifact is the bane of my fucking existence because the fact is, this artifact is technically giving me 143 elemental mastery. If I unequip this artifact, I lose way too much elemental mastery for me to be happy about it. And that's why I can't give a Deepwood yet, it's because I need artifacts with as much elemental mastery. This is the only one which I think has elemental mastery. It does have crit rate on there, but not crit damage. (23, 3.1, 23, 3.5). Right, well, this artifact is just outright better, yeah. So that's why I have it equipped on. Kivar is my placeholder for Nahida. So, I mean, the HP on this is useless, the attack isn't useless, but it's not good. But the crit is also nice. The main problem is that I need to roll into elemental mastery a lot. And I also need to roll into crit stat a lot. This artifact is also, again, pretty good, but it's offset. So, is why building my Nahida is so problematic. Yeah, so my Nahida has, like, some good artifacts. And by some, I mean, this is a really good artifact, I think. That's a really good one. This is also a pretty good one, I would say. I mean, that's what? That's 25 crit value, so that's good. This one, good elemental mastery roll, and crit damage is crit damage. This one, no. This one, also no. Do I happen to have another Wanderer's Troop with elemental mastery? Crit damage. And that's it. Right, these are my 2 options. See, that's why the thing is, my Nahida is like this really shoddy put together artifact set. A pretty decent max level catalyst. 0 constellations, but her talent is rank 10. Yet she still puts out crazy fucking numbers. Crazy numbers. Anyway, what the fuck is Hu Tao's best artifact at? Yeah. Her number 1 weapon is Staff of Home, of course. Number 2 is Staff of Scarlet Sands. Shut up, Lamine. Her number 3 is Dragon's Bane. Good. Good. Jolly good. Number 1 best set, Crimson Ritual Flames, of course. Second is Shimanara's Reminiscence. Understandable. Definitely understandable. It's an extra 15... So it gives you a better damage bonus, of course. But it does cost you energy. Which is a concern for Hu Tao, because I don't think I'd want to build her for much energy recharge at all. And then apparently her third best set is HP from Tenacity Millilith and then 2-piece Crimson Witch of Flames. Really? Are they really saying that's better than Gladiator set? I could kinda see it, maybe. The thing about HP on her is, of course, the HP only matters as you're leveling her skill. Otherwise, her HP doesn't actually come into effect. So the more you level up her skill, the more value you're getting out of her HP. So 20% HP with 15% pyro damage bonus. I would suppose that both of those stats are more valuable than... Both of those... Oh yeah, of course. Both of those stats are more valuable than the 18% attack, I think. But that's a 35% damage bonus at the end. So I would feel like Gladiator's Finale is just barely better than that. Like, just barely. Not much, but I would think it is better. Simply because, like, adding those up, they give 35% total, adding them together. Let's multiply them. I believe it would be a multiplicative effect. 15% of 20 is 3, obviously. Right? Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I know maths. Yeah, I do know maths. Right? What was I saying? Okay, so that would make it like a 38% value, right? The 4-piece alone has a 35% value. Then, on top of that, it has 18% from the passive. For 2-piece. So I would feel like that's more valuable, especially since that's permanently active. Whereas the HP and the pyro damage is only active for her skill. Though on the other hand, her burst doesn't get bonus damage based on her HP, does it? I know it deals more damage when she's at below half HP, but does it actually gain damage based on her HP, like her normal attacks do? I don't think so. I'm sorry. I don't think it does. I've spent like an hour just fucking theory crafting. Oh dear. So I mean, yeah, this does only affect the normal attacks. There is a burst, which of course I know can exceed 1,000,000 damage. Oh, I imagine this is surely at least like a very good placeholder set. Actually, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna look. What they say the main stats are that you want on artifacts? Circlet, crit damage or crit rate, gotcha. Goblet, pyro damage bonus, of course. And Sans HP %. Oh, good. Well, unfortunately, I mean, yeah, we do have double defense there, which isn't great. It has more crit rate, but less energy recharge. But it's missing a defense stat. Interesting. Well, that's a really hard decision to make. I'm going to bring this up to level 4 to see what its extra stat is. If it's like crit damage, then definitely go for this one over the other one. If it's just another fucking defense or something, then I'd... Oh dear. That is better, probably, right? The energy recharge, like the difference in crit rate, I don't think that's going to matter. The energy recharge probably also doesn't, does it? But yeah, I mean, HP flat is better than fucking defense, no matter what, really. So I'd say that's a marginally better upgrade. This is her current offset. I'm sorry, I feel like doing this. I want to be just secure. What pyro damage bonus artifacts do I have? Surprisingly, a lot with HP on them. But this one has HP, Elemental Mastery, and crit damage, which are all stats that she likes. And it hasn't rolled into defense either. So, yeah, that's pretty good. And of course, Hukao probably was actually like a little bit of defense. Because, of course, we're likely running her with John Lee. So she's going to want shielding. Right, let's get on with the fucking Trounce. Actually, no. I don't know why I said Trounce. That was build 1. What about build 2? Build 2 is the same. Substats. Okay, they outright say here, Crimson Witch of Flames is her best set. Oh, at level 80 she gets 14,000 HP. Oh, wow. Wow. She has more fucking HP than John Lee. Like a good bit more. No. Interesting. Apparently she also has a lot of defense. 815 defense? 815? Oh! That's disgusting! 800. Why does she have so much defense? Well, I've got. Oh, I get why. She's supposed to use a shielder with her, so it makes sense. That's a disgusting amount of defense. I don't know why. It's obviously going to be lower. Wow! Oh, Tartaglia has a lot. Wow! That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Of course, defense matters for shield users. Because your defense works to reduce the damage that a shield takes. Right, let's actually play with Damn Quest. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I can't do photo mode and gliding for some reason. Oh, that's so stupid. Oh, I'm probably turning my mic off. But I just like playing as Lumine again, because I very rarely do. I haven't actually... Lumine hasn't been in a fight in months now, unfortunately. I would really like to use her, of course, but it's just... chance never comes up. Think about it now. We're running Code Dendro. Yeah, it still fits.
Best Lee food in town.
Lady Ningguang.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
No, not at all.
Very sorry about
I
that.
know that you have 1,000 different things to do each day. I'm very grateful for any amount of time you can spare for me.
Great.
Odd.
Well, let's leave the formalities aside from now on and make this just a friendly chat.
Now, obviously, I get how... Obviously, Shim Hours is a direct damage buff so long as you don't lose out on the energy. And maybe I will look into Shim Hours, because I do have some pieces from that set, and I will definitely get more as I continue to farm Emblem. And it should be in the Reliquary as well. And yeah, we do have some energy recharge on those artifacts. Why is there a fucking helicopter outside? But I would imagine that Gladiator is one of her best sets, surely. It is at least a 35% damage bonus, on top of that 18% attack. And things that, like, that 18% attack, for a lot of other characters, as far as I'm aware, the 18% attack boost is actually considered Ketching's best set. Best set Ketching for non-Dendro teams is a 2-piece Thundering Fury, 2-piece Gladiator for the attack bonus. So like that attack bonus must mean something. I suppose it means less to Hu Tao because she has bad base attack, I think. Maybe that's it. God, it's definitely a good placeholder set, no matter what. Of course, the Wanderers set I got for Garnu was also originally intended as a placeholder, but it turned out to be just really strong. Unfortunately, of course, it's better for Melt setup, but I don't run Melt with her yet. Once I build Zhongling, I might be able to.
This is the Traveler. I'm assuming you've heard of her. She happened to be in Liyue Harbor today, so I invited her to come along. It's a rare opportunity to dine with her, too. Do you mind if she sits with us?
No, not at all. On the contrary, I'm honored. What a surprise to be dining with the illustrious Traveler, too. I've always been fascinated by you and your adventures. There's so many questions I'd love to ask you. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. Look at me, getting all overexcited. I'm Luo Qiao, a businesswoman.
I really do hope
I
in
work mostly
future
in the
they
textile
keep to a
business, but
theme of like
recently I've
making
been
characters
considering
which are
branching out into some other
connected
markets.
actually combo well together. Unfortunately, I was about to give Liyue as a good example of that, but then I remembered Garnu and Ketching. Well, that kind of thematically makes sense, because Garnu and Ketching used to have a conflict. Because Ketching used to be a little bit more of an atheist than she is now. She used to be a little bit more outspoken with her atheism. And Garnu obviously is kind of the opposite of that. But now Genshin is the best ship in the game. So, but yeah, that's a kind of fucky one. I think it is really a shame. I'm turning this music off. It's really a shame to me that catching doesn't really work well with Ganyu. Not just work well, they don't work, they actively contradict. They're terrible characters to run together. You're just wasting a team slot if you run one of them with the other. It's really a shame. But otherwise, Liyue has like Yanfei with Yelan or Xingqiu. Is Xingqiu from... Where the fuck is Xingqiu from? Oh dear god, I don't know where Xingqiu is from. I think he's from Liyue. Anyway, there's also Hu Tao and John Lee. They're designed for each other, and they are linked in the real world. Tartaglia and John Lee. I think Tartaglia is actually like John Lee's friend. There's probably a couple more, but I can't think of them right now. Inazuma. What Inazuma characters come from each other? Obviously, A and Yai, fantastic. Just those two. Kuki, as far as I'm aware, was like an awful character until Dendro released, which automatically makes her not work for that. But Dendro Travelers, all of the Dendro characters work together, more or less, depending on what your team composition is. But you can make like double Dendro work and stuff for Hyper Bloom. And like, I'm pretty sure Nilou teams like entire Sumeru characters. Lenny and Lynette are decent together. Don't add Femine in there though. Femine is a direct contradiction to Linny, and isn't as strong as Linny. So yeah, definitely don't run Femine those two. But Fontaine character is definitely off to a good start. I don't think I'm going to talk for the rest of us. I'm going to try not to, because I've talked way too long. We should already be halfway done. As far as I'm aware, we still haven't even diverted onto a path yet.
That's what I wanted to ask Lady Ningguang for some advice about. I didn't know there'd be a surprise guest involved, too. So, the rumors are true, then?
Rumors? About what, exactly?
You know, the rumors about the two of you, Lady Ningguang and the Traveler, having a closer than average relationship.
What the fuck?
Haven't heard?
Hold on, I was trying to find new music. I didn't listen to half of it. I've already broken my set. She's definitely implying something with her words there.
Come on. You must know that Lady Ningguang's every move is in the spotlight. That obviously includes her relationships. And if you didn't have some sort of special relationship, why would she invite you to this lunch right after finding out that you were back in Liyue Harbor?
Interesting. Yes, we do have a special relationship, but I don't see anything unusual about it. The Traveler is a national hero in Liyue whose actions have directly contributed toward the prosperity we enjoy today. Even putting aside my official status as one of the Liyue Qixing, I admire her on
We're
a
moving
personal
pretty
level,
fast in
too.
Ningguang. Gotta be honest with you.
Oh, yes. Oh, there is nothing unusual about it at all. I was just observing that Lady Ningguang now seems to have a second interesting character in her innermost circle. The first one being the captain.
There you go, there's Beidou. Alright, I'm gonna go refill my water. There's Beidou.
You're comparing apples and sunsettias there. Whenever Beidou returns to Liyue Harbor, all she brings me is a headache. I've missed out on a number of extremely promising investment opportunities thanks to her. In fact, the timing is always so suspiciously coincidental, I can't help but wonder if she's doing it on purpose.
Investment opportunities? Oh, do you mean the luminescent spine business? I hear that's been all the rage recently.
No, something else. All the talk about luminescent spines is just empty hype.
Oh, but isn't there some new technology from Fontaine that needs lots of luminescent spines to make it work?
If it were really that profitable, those in the know would have kept it as quiet as possible. You have to wonder, if the news is spreading like wildfire, who's fanning the flames? I had my secretary do some analysis. The current price of luminescent spines far exceeds the profits that could be made on the end product. So I would advise you to be cautious.
I see. Well, I was planning to get your opinion on how to get started in that business.
In my opinion, there are many people around with ulterior motives, making this a very risky business to enter into in the short term. Long term, it's very difficult to say, but I believe there's too much uncertainty to make it worth your investment. You worked hard to earn every more you own, and you should be just as careful spending it as you were making it.
You think so too, huh? Okay, got it. If that's what both of you think, I'll take my time and not rush into anything. Maybe it'd be a better choice to invest this money into an industry that I'm genuinely interested in getting involved with. Lady Ningguang, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with me today. I didn't know how much we'd get through, but you've answered every question I wanted to ask.
Good. I'm glad I could be of some help.
Now I see why you were able to become the most successful business person in Liyue Harbor. You think clearly, you are very knowledgeable, and you keep yourself well informed. It would take me a very long time to come anywhere close to your level.
You've been listening for a while. Are you getting bored? Has it sparked an interest in the business world for you? Ah, so you want to be my competitor. Well then, I suppose I'll have to start looking over my shoulder. Or how about this? I'll invest in you early on, before you make it big.
I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you. This lunch was everything I was hoping for and more. I can't wait to try out everything I've learned.
See you next time. I'll look forward to hearing good news from you soon. Right then. Lunch is over. I assume you have something planned next? Although, I'm a little concerned about the auction. I wonder how my secretarial trio is getting along. Yes, you're right. Whatever happens, they can handle it. In that case, what's next on the schedule? Ah, okay then. Yes, it's been some time since I last caught up with them. Let's go to Mingxing Jewelry first. I need to pick up something before meeting them.
I have a character concept which I feel like would be a really good one, which I think people would really like. Effectively, I want another official style character which just puts down a turret and it goes hog wild. It just fucking destroys everything like Fish One does, stupid high damage. But it starts out as a physical damage turret, and instead, the way it works is that it imbues elements into it. Fucking hell. But not the way that Animo does, or anything like that. I mean... God damn it. I mean, Bennett, C6, gives a Pyro infusion. Chongyun gives a Cryo infusion. Candice gives a Hydro infusion. Who gives a fucking Electro infusion? Dory? Dory. Technically also catching, but only to herself. Who gives an Animo infusion? Lynette gives herself one. Kazuha at C6 gives himself one. Are there any Kazus that give a Dendro infusion? Yeah, I don't think so. That would be pretty fucking overpowered. But yeah, I think that basically they place down this turret and it gains damage imbuement based on characters which give damage imbuements. You could maybe make it so that instead of only working, to make it work with more characters, you can make it be that either it has to gain imbuement from being like an imbuement AoE, or it's like whenever a character just gains an imbuement nearby, it then gains that same imbuement. And so then that way you can have this turret which can cycle through several different elements fairly quickly. I just think that'd be a really cool concept for a sub DPS unit. I just think that would be really damn cool. So you can plop it down, it starts dealing physical damage. You could also have it like be. I can understand how it could be too weak. I think like you'd have to give it really high numbers for to justify using it. Because otherwise, like having to use buffers to buff it up would maybe be too bad. So I think maybe you could give it a baseline element, but then make it so it switches off that element afterwards or something. Or you could make it so that, say like it starts out as Cryo, and then if you give it like a Pyro imbuement, then its main attack becomes Pyro, but it still like periodically lets out a Cryo attack anyway. On top of that, that could balance it out and make it a little bit stronger. I feel like you release something like that, that'll be really cool. So it'll be unique, and you can make it work with basically anything. Because I'm pretty sure every element has a character which imbues at least themselves. Because Carve imbues himself with Dendro. Yeah. Yeah. So if you had it be so that it starts out as the character's vigilance element, and then whenever you use a, of course you could have it be an Animo character, which would keep it simple, so it has like automated swirls. That would probably make the most sense, actually. So it just automatically swirls itself periodically. I think that would make a lot of sense. Possibly be a bit overpowered. That's why I was thinking, like, maybe make it a 5-star. I think you can make this a Fontaine character. Imagine that, an Animo Fontaine character who places down turrets which imbue themselves. It would then also, of course, it would thematically make a lot of sense for Animo, since Animo, of course, constantly has mechanics like that. Though, I mean, Animo kind of has enough sub-DPS, doesn't it? You already have Kazuha and Venti, who both do that, basically. So yeah, maybe do another element. I would definitely say not Electro, Hydro, or Animo, in that case. So you could do it for Dendro, or Cryo. I'd rather you didn't do it for Geo. You could do it for Pyro. I personally think there should be more Pyro sub-DPS options. I'm not quite happy with the ones we have. Zhongling is supposedly crazy strong, but I don't see much of that, and she's limited, because if you want any good damage, you need her burst. Otherwise, her damage is kind of sucky. And Electro, you just already have so many good sub-DPS Electro characters. I think it would be really redundant. Yeah, I just think that's a really cool concept, which would be original and powerful and fun to use. And could work very well thematically with Fontaines. It could be like a little clockwork turret or something. You could also make it output Numa occasionally.
Hello. I'm here to collect
Right,
the item I handed in for
stopping
repair.
the door.
Ah, Lady Ningguang. One moment, please. I'll fetch it immediately.
Very good. Don't rush now. Please, handle it with care. Yes, and no. You probably imagine that Mingxing Jewelry deals exclusively in expensive luxury goods. The workers here are very skilled, so I like to come to them when I need something custom-made. This time, though, I just had them do a simple repair. The item is quite ordinary. In fact, the cost of the repair was more than the item was ever worth.
Lady Ningguang, your comb has been fixed. Please inspect it and see whether you're satisfied with our work. We did everything we could to restore it to its original condition. You'll still see a few marks on there, though. This was unavoidable because of how badly damaged the item was.
That's fine. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, though it is something very precious to one of my informants. It reminds her of her mother. My informants often provide me with extremely important information. It's only fair that I endeavor to meet any requests they have in return. Trust is of far greater importance than profit in the relationship between me and my informants. It's understandable to think that way, and in the vast majority of cases, you'd be completely right. But things are a little different with these particular informants.
My brain is really
Mora
tempting
doesn't
me
you
to
very
get
far
stuff off
with this
Homer,
crowd.
because obviously it'll come out with
And this
Hootao.
only makes me all the more excited to meet with them.
My brain is
Thank
really
you
telling
for
me
the
to get
repair,
it, 'cause
Xingqi.
it's
This is a
basically
great
just
help.
applies a second layer of her elemental skill on top of her. It just makes it even crazier. And it gives like fucking 90% extra crit damage. It's wild, utterly wild. How strong fucking Staff of Homer is. So I really like to get it, because the thing is, if I didn't pick it up on her banner, I'd probably have to wait another year to be able to get it. But that's FOMO talking. But it would really help her out. And of course, it's also just a good one in general. It's also good for John Lee. Very good for John Lee. Better for Hootao, but also good for John Lee. Considering the fact that John Lee is ran with Hootao, that, well, settles the debate immediately, doesn't it? See, it really tempts me. I'm thinking that if the 4-star predictions are indeed correct, I really am going to want to get C6 Xingqiu and Fischl, which would be very problematic, because that's a lot of constellations to get. That would be 10 constellations for desired character. Yeah, chances of that happening are very small. Very small. Look, I really wish trading was in the game. I'm stopping to talk. Oh, okay, I really wish trading was in the game, because like my friends and stuff have characters they're not interested in, whereas they are interested in characters I have, which I also don't want. It's like we could trade characters and trade constellations. That would be really good, and I don't think it would hurt their revenue, really. Or maybe a little bit, but I think it would be balanced out by the goodwill they'll get from the player base for that. Like, trading existing on Warframe obviously significantly reduces Warframe's revenue it can make through platinum purchases. Kind of. Of course, some people, of course, will purchase platinum for trading. Likewise, some people will think, oh, I know a person that wants this character. if I spend a couple wishes on Rana, I can go back out and then trade them for them and get something in return. So, yeah, I think the revenue loss from allowing more flexibility in players would be balanced out by other people with a goodwill they'll get towards the developers and the potential financial opportunities it makes. Yeah, please add in trading. I have so many constellations I don't want, and there's so many I need.
Oh, don't mention it. It's always a pleasure, Lady Ningguang.
Let's go and meet them.
Auntie Ningguang! Hi, Auntie Ningguang!
Hello, my dears. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yes, indeed. And they are some of my most reliable helpers and friends. I didn't want to involve them in intelligence gathering for me at first, but they, on the other hand, were so enthusiastic about the idea that I thought it couldn't hurt to try. I treated it as a little game between us. It turned out that they delivered the goods and thoroughly enjoyed themselves while they were at it. So, it was a win-win. So, fill me in. How have you all been doing?
Great! Mom and Dad have taken me on loads of cool trips recently. It's been loads of fun. But you didn't do your homework, did you? Yeah, but it's not my fault. You still gotta try. Like teacher says, Liyue Harbor is in a new age
When
now.
is
and we've
Xingqiu
got a
next in the
really
shop?
important part to play.
Fischl and Zhangling are next in the shop in January. When is Xingqiu? Oh, March. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, that's a while. Is it a 6-month gap between each of them? September, so October, November, December. That's 3 months. January and February. It's a 5-month gap. It's a 5-month gap for each of the things. Oh, that's a shame. So in 5 months, I can guarantee myself another Xingqiu constellation. If I have enough fucking star glitter. And in January, I want to save up 68 star glitter so I can pick up both Zhangling and Fischl. February is Beidou and Noel. Okay. Of course, it'd also be nice if they reworked the shop so you didn't have to wait for months and shit. But that actually probably would hurt their revenue, so I understand why I don't do that, but I wish they didn't. Yeah, so of course I could get by with not getting C6 on them, but I would really like it. Because Fischl's C6 effectively turns into Raiden Shogun. More or less a weaker Raiden, but Raiden.
This new age started after that great battle, you know. Well, this is a dramatic change, unique in all of the millennia of Liyue's history. Everyone is eager to do their part and make their mark in the age of humanity. What about you, Nan? You haven't said anything yet, and you're looking a little unhappy.
I'm fine. Just don't know what to say.
Oh yeah, I just remembered. A load of really big boats came into the harbor the day before yesterday. Yeah, that's right. All the merchants were there, and it was really noisy. And then the people on the boat started unloading all these crates. There was a salty kind of fishy smell in the air. Ugh.
Oh, I see. That'll be the fishing boats coming back from the open ocean. How much cargo were they carrying? Remember, I taught you how you can tell.
Yep. I made sure to look at the waterline, just like you said. They looked really full this time.
My goodness. Well, it sounds like they made quite a big catch. The heavier the boat, the lower the hull sits in the water. So you can tell how heavily loaded a vessel is from the height of the waterline. How deep a fully loaded vessel will sit in the water varies from ship to ship. But it's something you can tell from experience. At least for the kinds of vessels you see regularly.
Since Auntie Ningguang taught me how to do it, I can tell with just one look.
A few days ago, I heard some people saying that a big merchant from Fontaine is coming soon to buy luminescent spines. They said that when they get here, the price will go up a lot.
Oh, really? Who did you hear this from? Do you remember what they looked like?
No, I don't remember.
All right, never mind. So, how about what they said? Do you remember their exact words?
I don't remember that either. Sorry.
Are you okay? You're usually the one that talks the most. What's gotten into you today?
It's okay. Don't be upset. Actually, I brought you a little something to cheer you up. How about that, hmm?
It's my comb. You remembered.
Of course I did. If I make you a promise, I will always keep it.
Thank you, Auntie Ningguang. Thank you so much.
It was just a small favor, really. Nothing to get overexcited about.
But they said you'd be too busy to remember about a boring old comb.
They?
Uh-oh.
It's all right. Don't worry. There just seems to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Why don't you take this opportunity to clear it up? Don't you think that'd be best?
Yeah, Auntie Ningguang's not gonna blame you.
I'm sorry. I told you a lie. That thing about the luminescent spines wasn't something I heard. Two people came and told me to say it to you. I told them I didn't want to lie to Auntie Ningguang, but, they told me you'd forgotten all about the comb, and I didn't know how to argue with them. Then they bought me a new comb, and I'm sorry. I'll give them the comb back right away. No comb is better than the one you helped get fixed for me.
I know how much it means to you. It was a gift from your mom before she left Liyue Harbor, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'll be extra careful with it from now on. When Mom gets back, she'll be so sad if she finds out I broke it.
I must say, this is most intriguing. How about this? You tell me where those two people are, and I'll take the comb back to them for you. Sound good?
Okay. They're over at the docks. They said I should go and meet them when I finished the mission.
All right, then. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. I'll be right back.
Are you gonna go punish the bad guys?
Now, this is a grown-up situation, okay? It's not fun and games anymore. And don't try and follow me. I'm just going to have a polite discussion with those two grown-ups about what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
If you told us sooner, we would have figured... Yeah, all three of us together.
I got it.
I just want to take a peek at Xingqiu's constellations. This is massive. This is really good, this one. Yeah, this is really good just for C2. That's an outright damage boost from the Hydro Res thing. Not to mention, of course, that's a damage boost which will also enhance Elan's damage, actually. Like some mad, big chicken stuff earlier. It also, of course, extends the duration, and of course, by extending the duration, you also lower the cooldown to just 2 seconds, which I think is the lowest burst cooldown in the game. Outright damage boost and defense boost because of the damage reduction. Also just an outright damage boost. Also a damage boost, and also improves his energy. Of course, what I've heard is that once you get this, you get rid of Sacrificial Sword and replace it with, well, the Battle Pass Sword, probably. I think that'd probably be best. So that gives an insane amount of crit rate and also just a damage improvement, and probably has more base attack than this. So still needs a fair bit of grinding to level him there. So the update live stream is on Friday, and it's Wednesday evening now. So pretty soon I'll get a confirmation, and then if we do get confirmation that the banners are as projected, I think then I'll stop farming Tartaglia artifacts for a bit, and instead I'll level up Xingqiu. And that'll probably be... I'll just level up Xingqiu and then I'll go straight back to farming Tartaglia, I think. I think Hu Tao's set should do her just fine. That Gladiator set. Maybe I'll ask around a little bit. But I think it should be fine. And Officials' constellations are much simpler. Good. It's a damage boost, hopefully, but sometimes it won't help. It won't always come into play, which is unfortunate, but it is a good damage boost. Damage boost, with also some extra healing, but it doesn't matter. Damage boost, and this is one of the craziest constellations in the game. Basically turns her, first of all, it makes odds last longer, which is great, but no, at the same time it also then basically makes her into Raiden Shogun. Or Beidou. I'm not sure. And I totally forgot that Official has this passive. This is crazy. Is this classified as elemental skill damage? That's something I really want to know. I don't know. Yeah, that's actually really important, because of course her best set is now Golden Troop. Of course, I'm thinking I'll build Official if I get her C6. Until then, she's probably just going to sit benched. Fuck's sake. But yeah, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy, this passive. There's no cooldown on this. There's no cooldown on this. Like, characters nowadays have like lots of cooldowns, internal cooldowns, which the game doesn't tell you about. I didn't bother to like research them, but I know they exist, and they're not a thing which were in a lot of the earlier characters. Earlier characters in the game were just a lot more OP, and they realised that. So they tried to tone it down a little bit. Which is understandable, it's a little bit of an oh fuck moment. Doesn't bother me much. But in my experience, Official does not put out a lot of electro procs. Decent damage, but electro procs, no, she puts out very few. In my experience. I'm pretty sure I was going entire Oz casts, the entire duration of Oz, without causing a single reaction for some reason. I don't know what was going on. That's why I stopped using her for part of why.
Fluff her lines? Also, let's be honest, this is a new low for us.
Yes, I know. But we didn't have any other options. Just try not to overthink it, okay? Nanan's one of Ningguang's most trusted informants. Ningguang adores that kid. She's not gonna get all suspicious just because her story doesn't quite add up.
It sounds like you underestimated me. And the children as well.
Lady Ningguang?
You knew how important that comb was to Nan, and you exploited that fact to emotionally manipulate her. You coached a child to lie, made her betray her own innocence and confuse her conscience. Do you not realize how contemptible that is?
Sorry, Lady Ningguang, we never should have crossed you like this.
That's not the point. Business is business. And at some point, we're all trying to get the better of one another. So if all you'd done is fool me by feeding me false information, I'd make a loss, and that would be the end of it. But you cannot put Mora above all else. You cannot go exploiting children for profit. Do you have any idea just how much damage that will cause?
It was hardly our first choice either. We were only acting out of necessity. We've been business partners for years now. We've gotten by, I guess, but never had any opportunities to expand. When we heard about the movement in the luminescent spine market, we thought to heck with it. Let's go all in on this one. See if we don't get lucky for once. So we stocked up a huge stash of luminescent spines and watched as the price went up and up. We thought this was gonna be it. We were gonna make our fortune.
But we waited and waited, and this mystery merchant from Fontaine never came. More and more people started to suspect it was all a huge scam. Suddenly, everyone with luminescent spines was running for the exit, selling as fast as they could, but we had so much inventory that no one was willing to buy it.
Oh yeah! As soon as Lady Ningguang
They didn't understand the stock market.
everyone
But it's
follows
now
her
to wild
lead,
supposed to have
and
to
the
look at.
price takes a steep hike. If we don't sell the goods, we're both bankrupt. We're in debt up to our eyeballs. We just didn't have any other choices.
To be brutally honest, we took out a loan and made a speculative investment is not a sob story. But not everyone has the capability to make rational decisions. Greed, a lust for wealth, and impatience can all cloud your judgment. Do you now realize how dire the consequences of wild speculation can be?
100%. We've both barely slept in days. We begged people to take our stock off our hands. They laughed at us, called us idiots, thought it was all hilarious.
We messed up. Completely and catastrophically messed up. The savings we worked so hard our whole lives to build up, decimated just like that. All we want now is a chance to start over.
Well, I can take your luminescent spines off your hands, but we will need a detailed contract. The portion of what I pay that exceeds the average price of luminescent spines in the past, you will have to pay back to me by some means in our future business dealings.
Huh? But that means our profit is 0.
Then you're free to find another willing buyer. But if you're seriously still insisting on turning a profit under these circumstances, I'm afraid you're beyond redemption.
Lady Ningguang is right. Let's swap the goods for cash and use it to pay off our debts and be done with it. This is a lifeline and we should be grateful for it. Forget about making money.
This guy gets it. This guy gets it.
Yes, you're right.
Because he gets some sympathy if you made a hasty decision. It happens. Don't manipulate children, right? That's kind of a shame.
I have no particular need for luminescent spines, but I'm quite sure I can uncover a market for it with a little research.
Okay, so, shall we get this deal done now, or...?
No need to hurry. Our deal is hardly the urgent matter here. Atoning for your transgressions is the main order of business. You took advantage of a child, and you are coming with me to make a full and unreserved apology. This is an opportunity for you to show remorse.
Oh, okay.
Come on. Let's go back and see the children.
I got popcorn. Sweet and salted.
We're back. Everything's all sorted.
Huh? Oh, it's those two.
I'm sorry, Nan. I was lying to you when I told you that Lady Ningguang wouldn't fix your comb. I was completely in the wrong, and I promise I'll never do anything like this again. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Why is this guy having like a mental breakdown? Why are you begging for forgiveness? You're never going to see this kid again. Okay. Sure.
What do you think, Auntie Ningguang?
I think it should be your choice. And yours alone.
Well, since it's all sorted out now, and nothing super bad happened, I guess it's okay. But we can't just let them off. We gotta show them you don't mess with us.
That's true. I'd certainly hate to see anyone else try to con you.
I've made up my mind. I want them to come play with us.
What?
Yeah! Now we have someone to play hide and seek with. Great idea. Let's go play hide and seek at the North Wharf.
Wait a second.
Nope. No waiting. Come on!
So full of energy. Yes, of course. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving them alone with those two buffoons.
Of course, like when you make a financial decision like that, like yeah, your decision in the moment is dumb, but to me, the part of it which does deserve sympathy is the fact that once you've done it, you are fucked. Like, you've lost. everything as far as I'm aware. I don't know how fucking bankruptcy works, but I assume it means you're going to starve to death. You're fucked. You have no money. Do you have any rewards for talking to you? Probably not. That's what I understand, so from that perspective I can understand desperation.
Let me guess what you're thinking. You're thinking that there's not a huge difference between me turning these children into my informants and the actions of those two businessmen. Am I right?
Not actually. I thought it was pretty funny. Because I don't see you doing anything wrong. You actually teach these children some interesting skills. And you're not having them do any shady shit, they're looking at fucking boats and seeing how far into the water they are.
They were completely different when I first met them. They'd run away as soon as they saw me, or they'd be shaking with nerves and unable to speak. But gradually, they stopped seeing me as someone to be afraid of, and started seeing me as someone they can trust. For my part, I did my utmost to fulfill the duties of a responsible adult. I played games with them, but I also taught them observation skills, analytical skills, how to think critically. I never taught business, though. Now, they're much further ahead in their studies, and far more mature than their peers. This has given them confidence in themselves. I think that this is beneficial to them. Yes, perhaps I am. I never had the chance to receive a good education as a child. That's why I hope to teach these children myself. Hopefully, I can pass on some of what I've learned. Someday they may realize that not everything is a win-win deal, that deception and one-upmanship are facts of life. But there's nothing wrong with that. When that happens, they will be ready to face the world head-on and become exceptional businessmen and women. But until then, I am here to protect them. I will one day die. New Qixing will replace the old, and Liyue will continue to prosper. I hope the name Ningguang will live on, but not as a person, as more of a symbol. If I can pass on everything I have learned, I can create a legacy that will live on long after I am gone.
Come on, Auntie Ningguang! Hurry up!
Are we 2 hours in and I'm only just about to get the first ending?
Coming!
Oh dear.
Come on, let's enjoy this while we can.
There we go. I really like that. That was really good. That final speech as well, that was really good. Oh, she's prosperity. Nice. We get prosperity books. That's very useful. So where the fuck were the splits? Also only 5 endings at least. Alright. Thing is, weren't there like other stuff? Wasn't there other stuff on the schedule? I don't think we ever did that.
Lady Ningguang.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
No, not at all. I know that you have 1,000 different things to do each...
Great. This is the travel. She happened to be... Do you mind if she sits...
No, not at all. I've always been... Oh, I'm Luo Qiao. That's what I wanted to ask Lady Ningguang for some...
Rumors?
You know. You haven't heard? Come on. You must... And if you didn't have some...
Interesting. The Traveler is a national... Even putting aside my...
Oh!
You're comparing... I've missed out on a number of...
Investment opportunities.
No.
Oh, but...
If it were really... I had my secret... So I would advise...
I see.
In my opinion. Long term...
You think so too? Huh? Okay. Got it. Maybe it'd be a better choice. Lady Ningguang.
Good. I'm glad I...
Now I see why you were able to be... You think clearly. You've
been listening for a while. Has it sparked an interest in the business world? That means you also have a good head on your shoulders, and the ability to learn rapidly. If you are in need of Mora, you should absolutely...
I won't take up any more of your...
See you next time. Right then. Lunch is over. I'm a little concerned. Good. Then let's do that. There are some slippery characters among the bidders, you see. So, even though my secretaries are very capable and experienced, I still can't help worrying for them a little. Come on. The auction is being held at Eugene Terrace.
It's a shame, 'cause yeah, I do think I do like this one quite a good bit. It's just a shame that I fucking hate Ningguang's kit. It's unfortunate things that, like, I do not... When I first got Yai, I didn't care for her as a character that much. I think when she came out, I don't think I'd encountered her in the Inazuma story yet. Or if I had, it was just her introduction scene, I think. Where she saves you from Saramouche. I think that's all I'd seen of her. So I didn't know a lot about her, and so I didn't care much for the character, but I really liked how powerful she was. And of course, it was ultimately a good decision to go for her. A very good one. She's been very, very useful to me. But I did wish for Yai purely just based on her being powerful. And I think her competitor was Baiju? No, that was Ganyu's banner, wasn't it? I don't remember who her fucking competitor was. Like Yelan, I'll be honest, I do not care much for Yelan's character. I put on like B tier or something. She's okay, but I absolutely got her because of her being one of the best characters in the game. Kazuha, I also didn't care for Kazuha much when pulling for him. On the contrary, though, I did know a lot about his character at that time. I also got Kazuha for how powerful he is. Yeah, so point is, I'm willing to pull for a character just for strength, but if so, they need to be like a really strong character. But if a character I like is really weak, I'm still probably going to pull for a character if they are 4-star. If they're 4-star, I only need maybe 20, 30 wishes to get them. So it's a pretty low investment, and then I can get them in the teapot, and loads of dialogue with them. I can maybe try to make them good. If they're of medium strength or high strength, then yeah, great. I'm just lucky that Ganyu was my favourite character for a while, and she's also one of the best DPS in the game. I've been quite fortunate that my favourite characters also happen to be amongst the best. For the most part, but yeah, unfortunately, even if I got Ningguang, I would never use her. Never ever. Despite me liking her as a character.
Lady Ningguang, what brings you here?
I couldn't help but feel a little concerned. So I just came to see how everything is going.
We're about ready, and people are starting to arrive. I think we should be able to start on time.
Very good. I think I'll host the auction myself.
Huh? You want to do it yourself?
Yes. Just in case anything untoward happens. I can take care of it myself.
Then we'll leave the auction itself to you. But we'll be sure to lend our full support behind the scenes.
Have you attended an auction before? Well, would you like to participate this time? You don't have to bid, of course. Just experience the atmosphere. All right, then. Feel free to take a look around the venue before it kicks off. Check out the items up for bidding and see if there's anything you might be interested in.
And again, it's funny to me that Ningguang's a 4-star, but catching Ningguang are 5 stars.
It's about
I get
time
Barney
to
being
start.
5-star, because she's an
Find
adept type.
yourself somewhere to sit and we'll
But
kick things
catching, as
off.
far as I'm aware, is literally just a person. Literally just a person. But as far as I'm aware, Ningguang hired, so her subordinates are stronger than her.
Yes? What is it? That's for you to make a considered judgment on. It's precisely what makes auctions so interesting, don't you think? Until the bids exceed the value of the item you're after, you can keep raising the price. If the bids go beyond what you can accept, then you let someone else take it. Perhaps this does not result in what you might call a fair price, but what it does do is identify the person who values the item the most. Yes, you should look forward to it. The first
It really is
lot
funny
is a
when-
teacup from my personal collection. Bids starting at 10,000 mora. That's 10,000 mora for the teacup.
When you realise that there's a lot of economics is based on simply what people think something is worth. It's crazy.
20,000.
Economics is fucking scary, man.
30,000.
50,000.
Guys, this isn't how an auction works. I can afford it.
80,000. 80,000 over here.
I'll raise that to 100,000.
120.
I swear, some of these bidders are just driving the price up for fun. All right, 150,000. Anyone else want to keep going now?
150 once?
170?
180,000.
180 once? 180 twice? 180. Sold!
Yeah, it's mine now.
Okay then. Moving straight on to the next lot. You seem to be getting quite into it. What a shame that you didn't manage to go home with anything. Of course it did. That's because I didn't come here to sell my things. I'm sure you must find it quite odd that all these everyday items could fetch such a huge price at auction. Since you're curious, why not go and talk to the buyers? I'm sure they'll give you the answers you're looking for.
Today wasn't my day. Didn't manage to snag much. There were too many bidders, and they all seemed like experts to me. I guess I'll just have to wait for the next auction. Someday, I'll be the lucky one.
I may have paid an arm and a leg for this, but in the end, I got the result I wanted. Nothing of Ningguang's could ever be overinflated. I'm far from the only buyer who believes that owned by Ningguang is worth paying a premium for. So how much I make just depends on how many people are even bigger fans of Ningguang than I am.
Huh? You want to know why I paid so much? Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Because the previous owner was Lady Ningguang. Sure, the item may look pretty ordinary, but that's probably just because I'm not a connoisseur, so I don't know how to appreciate it. But I figured I'd buy it first, then go get it appraised by an expert. Then I'll be rich.
Well, did you find the answer yet? That's certainly part of it, but every bidder will have noticed that none of these items have a particularly high going rate on the market in and of themselves. Despite this, they were all willing to pay very dearly for them. I wonder, is faith in me really the only factor in their appraisal of the item's value? You'll see shortly. The one who spent the most money will surely be the quickest to realize. If all I wanted to do was make some quick mora by exploiting their blind faith in me, I have a million more effective ways of achieving that than hosting an auction. Every participant in this auction was handpicked by me, based on certain intelligence.
Lady Ningguang, something doesn't seem quite right with the items from today's auction. As unlikely as this sounds, and please forgive me for even bringing it up, but I had to ask. You weren't selling counterfeits today, were you?
Counterfeits? Absolutely not. What motive would anyone have for making copies of things like these? They are simply ordinary items, and there was no coercion or enticement during the auction. Every bid was voluntary.
Because we trusted you! Everyone knows that you love Mora, but we also know that you made your fortune through honest means, as opposed to scamming people.
You seem to have entered into dangerous linguistic territory there. You should know that unless you have evidence to support your outlandish claims, I am legally entitled to sue you for slander. Of course, if you have any genuine grievances about the auction, the lots, or the process, please enlighten me as to where exactly I went wrong.
You... Fine. Yes, technically it was all legitimate. Guess all I can do is take the loss.
You paid fucking 200 grand for a fucking teacup, mate.
But if word gets out about today's auction, people are gonna start seeing you as a con artist. No one would dare do business with you after that. I guess what I'm saying is this really in your best interests?
Let me answer that with a question. You claim that you were willing to pay a high price because you trusted me. But is that really the full story?
What do you mean? What else could it be?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it could be something to do with a lost item from the original Jade Chamber collection that has quietly made its way into your hands.
Huh?
When the Jade Chamber fell, countless valuable items from my collection plunged into the sea. I organized a salvage operation, but still there were many items unaccounted for. A considerable number of these made their way back into Liyue Harbor through means unbeknownst to me, and passed through several pairs of hands before finally ending up in yours, and those of your fellow bidders today.
Wait, you mean...
Yes. Everyone attending the auction today is in possession of lost property belonging to me. Or, to put it another way, they were all people who have had a taste of something that was mine and convinced themselves that I am someone to be taken advantage of. So I ask you again, your high bidding price, was it motivated by trust, or was it greed? The sole reason I held this auction is to reclaim my treasured possessions. If you are willing to return what is mine, I will refund all the money you spent in the auction today.
All right, fine. I guess I'll return it. You drive a hard bargain like everyone says. I'll go and get it right now. Please just wait here.
Despite his bad attitude, he cooperated in the end. Good for him. The issue was that all items of mine that have been fished out of the sea have changed hands numerous times already. Determining who has legal ownership would be an extremely long-winded process, with each item being assessed on a case-by-case basis. Even Yenfei says she'd have a difficult time defending my claims. I could have bought them back, but it's not in my nature to pay twice for the same thing. Least
fucking
of all,
based.
when they'd be looking to make a handsome
Ningguang would
profit
not
from
play
my
Destiny 2.
misfortune.
You fucking idiot, still playing Destiny 2, paying for the same thing several times over. You paid for it in Destiny 1, then you paid for it in Destiny 2, then you removed it from games, then you paid for it again, then you removed it again, then you paid for it again, you fucking idiots. Let's play with fucking story quest.
After making some inquiries, I found them to be most uncooperative. So I had to resort to this auction to finally put a stop to all this nonsense. I just wanted my things back. Hardly an unusual sentiment. At most, a little childish perhaps. Which is another reason why I didn't tell anybody about my plan. What do you think it was about the Jade Chamber that defeated Osile? Well, I think it was a combination of the weight and the energy it contains. Its great weight meant that it hit Osile with incredible force, while the energy within triggered that spectacular explosion. Every piece of the Jade Chamber, from the stone walls and wooden beams down to the smallest ornament, contributed to its total weight. But in the end, they became objects of merchants' greed. It's hard not to get a little irked thinking about it. Thank you for understanding. Now I've got one of my items back. Let me show you what makes it so special. The secrets of history shine through in the relics that survive. And this one now has the story of another age to tell.
Before I get into specifics, I want to start by giving you, as a member of my usual job, for example, arranging her date.
Baisha has always been. I'm sure she was simply trying.
Back to the top. Bai Xiao and I can go through the methods I use, all in a day's work. Currently, there are 130. Yes, I'll go through them most first. Then a discussion. Right after that, there's. Yes, you do. You need to take ample knowledge of all. I assume this is all making sense. Unless you hadn't. Good. Then let's press on. We're all ready? Wow.
Wonderful. Then I'm grateful for yours. If anything else is...
Take care, Lady Ning.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, Naveen. Alright.
Don't you think that this schedule is a bit of a light load? Yeah, that's true. Lady Ningguang has a lot of work to attend to, and frankly, she doesn't have many opportunities to rest. We do sometimes worry about her health, but her attitude is very Mora-driven. If by taking a break there's a chance she'll lose Mora, she'll never agree to it. Huh. I see where you're coming from. Yes, you have a point. All right then, let's go with your plan. I'm sure Lady Ningguang has plenty she wants to talk about with you. There's a lot of things that need doing over at the auction venue, so I will be leaving you now. I hope so too. You must be exhausted. Make sure you get an early night tonight.
Wait, so what was Ningguang's plan if she didn't go to the auction? Which, of course, in the other time around, she didn't. Is she just assuming that people will be disgruntled and come to her anyway? Like on their own time? After the auction? After the auction, they'll come storming up to the... somehow up to the Jade Chamber and ask her why she ripped them off, and then she'll say, "Give me back my shit"?
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried you'd be a little uncomfortable. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baishir completely by surprise.
She sounds like she's sounds like popcorn in my mouth. Sounds like she likes it.
Sure. There's no harm in changing my schedule around once in a while. My schedule is usually very tightly packed, and any extra time I can squeeze out is spent on preparing for the future. So, it'll be quite nice to take a break. I don't often feel tired. Seeing the Mora come in has a way of making me feel quite invigorated. Still, your idea is very sensible. Mora can only lift a weary spirit. It cannot alleviate physical fatigue. So then, the days ahead of us. Any ideas on how to spend it? Something I never have time for. Ah, have you played the chess game I made? Or heard of it, perhaps? Yes. It's based on classic chess, but with different rules. When I was designing it, I wanted it not only to be a fun game, but also to capture Liyue's culture in a unique way. So I introduced a lot of concepts that aren't part of traditional chess, as well as different chess pieces and even boards. I'm constantly revising and expanding it. So far, there are over 30 editions. True. That's one reason why it's been difficult to catch on. But I don't feel that making it easier to learn is necessarily a good thing. Isn't one of the joys of playing chess to continually learn and progress through a complex set of rules? I think the key will be to make something that easily catches the attention of people who haven't played much chess before. I'm planning to make a new set with the board and pieces based on the battle for Liyue. One side will play the Guardians of Liyue Harbor. The other side will play the Fatui and Osile. No problem. I will let you try it out as soon as I finish the prototype. I want to make each of the chess pieces of Liyue Millennial as true to life as possible. And no Guardians of Liyue chess set would be complete without you. I am indeed. Many of them, in fact.
Don't put it in a jar, please.
My thinking was that only people who pre-order the chess set at full price will be eligible to receive the limited edition Traveler chess piece. It seems only fitting for someone of your status. Naturally, since you are the face of that historic event. I intend to make chess pieces for everyone who was involved that day, including myself. Everyone who owns this chess set will preserve this moment in history in a vivid and compelling form. Then it's decided. Come with me. To make this chess piece, I need to take some measurements.
Well, this has immediately become a day doing work again, hasn't it? I'm playing one-handed because of my popcorn. My hands are now covered in like whatever weird coating sweet popcorn is covered in. Oh no! Oh god, it's Yinger. It's been a long, long time, Yinger. It's been like 800 hours. Dear God. How are you doing?
Oh, Lady Ningguang and the Traveler.
You already know each other?
Oh, I think it goes a little deeper than that. I don't teach my hard-earned skills to just anyone, you know. There's a word for people like you, who are warm one minute and cold the next. Fickle.
You seem to be in a good mood today.
As ever. There's nothing special about today, but seeing you two has definitely perked me up. All jokes aside, how can I be of service today?
Remember the custom chess pieces I told you about?
Open it up.
I'd like
Show
you
me
to
what's
take her
inside.
measurements today.
Fucking Hazo's sus as fuck line. Actually, I'll listen to that now, in just a moment. I've heard Hazo has a lot of sus lines, apparently.
Whatever business I'm in, I am first and foremost a woman of many talents. Don't you remember when I taught you how to make perfume? There was no porcelain involved in that. As it happens, I am a skilled tailor as well. What can I say? I'm in the prime of my youth and I love all beautiful things. Is that so strange?
Yingar is every bit as proficient as any of the top tailors in the land. I've availed myself of her services many times before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just realizing that the Traveler only thinks I'm good at one thing. I see how it is. In which case, you'll find all the tools you could need in the room. Please, help yourselves. I'll stay outside and mind my own porcelain business, as you quite rightly suggested.
Huh? What are you expecting me to do here?
Oh, I think the Traveler is the one you should be asking about that. I'm kidding. It's hard not to tease when you're both so well matched. Come on then, step inside and I'll examine your body from tip to toe.
If I hear any strange new rumors after this, you will be my #1 suspect.
Rumors about the Traveler or the chess piece?
Either. Both are confidential.
Don't worry, I know where the line is. I'd never take a joke too far. Secrets are only fun when they're kept secret.
Just enough with the ambiguous phrasing, okay? You'll give people the wrong idea. Forget it. Let's just go.
You're always welcome at Scent of Spring. Come again, anytime.
Yeah, I would drive Ningguang insane.
I slightly regret bringing you here. It doesn't bother me. I just hope she didn't make you feel too awkward. Now that your measurements are taken, let's go to Mingxing Jewelry and put an order in.
Hey there. Don't be shy. Hey there. Don't be shy. Come inside. Hey there. Don't be shy. Come inside. Hey there. Don't be shy. Come inside.
Adventurer, think you can last a round against me? This is just plain stupid.
Hey there. Don't be shy. Come inside.
Well, got polluted.
go wash my hands off my popcorn stuff, whatever. Grease. I really wish you could actually find characters in the world hanging out where it made sense. I wish you could meet Hu Tao here, just whenever you wanted. Or even John Lee.
The key here is consumer psychology.
I don't think it would cost them a lot of effort to make it so you can meet characters in the wild and get screen time there. Just like a random encounter. How cool would it be if you were just wandering around in Min Lin, and John Lee was just sitting on a fucking mountain, and he was like, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" And then talking to him gave you like a couple of gold talent books or something. That wouldn't take him a lot of effort to do, and it would be really fucking cool. And it would give characters screen time, even when they're... Because of course, like, Tartaglia hasn't had any screen time since the game's fucking release, apparently. He only just got it with Fontaine. And his story quest, which was a while ago. It would be a really good way to give those characters screen time. The teapot is kind of halfway there, but the thing is you're going out of your way to give them screen time, and it is just a couple lines of dialogue.
Hello, Lady Ningguang. What can I do for you today?
That chess piece I told you about? We can start work now. I have the traveler's measurements here.
Okay, let me just double check. Looks good. This has all the measurements we need. I'll pass them on to the craftsman shortly.
Good. And as agreed, please use top-grade materials only.
Of course, we are professionals, and we will do everything we can to deliver the high standard you expect. Although, speaking to you as a friend, I have to tell you that the sale price you indicated won't even cover the cost of production. I don't mean just the material costs either. Waiting around for top-quality materials drags out the production time and also reduces the total quantity we can produce.
That's okay. This one is not for profit. With every previous set, there's always been some degree of commercial or marketing considerations to bear in mind, but this one serves more of a commemorative purpose. To that point, as you know, the prototype of the Jade Chamber chess piece has been in the works for a long time, but I haven't once followed up on the progress. Yes, and just like your piece, the Jade Chamber piece will be scaled for the game.
Yes, it's a challenging project, but also, not-for-profit is really not something I ever expected from Lady Ningguang. How do I put it? It just seems out of character.
Imagine a world where rich people were good. That's crazy. It's truly unfathomable, you know? It's just so hard to be like a good human being.
In business, everything comes down to profits versus losses. You have to keep a cool head and make rational judgments. In other words, you must be shrewd. But shrewdness is easily perceived as cynicism in the eyes of others. People come to think of you as someone who cares only about money and not people. Hardly the worst thing in the world, of course. But it has caused obstacles for me in the past. Well, for example, I once had a case where someone backed out of a deal with me to sell to someone else. We were both offering the exact same terms. It was simply because they didn't like me very much. Another case is where I offered distinctly more competitive terms in an investment, and this ended up arousing their suspicion. That Ningguang, they thought. She must be up to something. We can't let her get away with it.
I see.
But these problems disappeared
Ningguang
all
is
but
like a
completely
villain
after
name.
the battle against Osai.
When I first heard the name Ningguang, I thought she was going to be a villain. Even her design, I also thought she was going to be like a morally ambiguous character, at least.
Why? Because the whole of Liyue witnessed me destroying my Jade Chamber. At least, that's the most reasonable explanation I can think of.
Oh, I get it. You're saying that back when you sacrificed the Jade Chamber, you gained everyone's respect in return. You're not seeking to make a profit from these chess pieces because what you're commemorating is your personal contribution to Liyue Harbor. It was the deal of the century, and as long as you keep capitalizing on it, business will be plain sailing for you in the future.
Yes, exactly. Very to the point.
Truly a brilliant strategy, Lady Ningguang. You really are a business mastermind. Now I understand why this set needs to be so perfect and why it's okay that it doesn't turn a profit.
It will be a lot of work, and I'm most grateful to you. Make sure the Traveler's piece is exactly how she wants it. We can't go letting her down.
Don't you worry. We'll put our all into it.
Well, that's that then. Let's head back to the Jade Chamber. There's something I want to discuss with you.
I'm taking my hairband out, and I've somehow fucked it. I've completely fucked it. I can't take it out.
Where has Master gone this time? What should I put in my letter?
I've actually tied a knot in my hair. Oh my god. Oh dear god.
New stock at Sigu Antiques? I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again. What should I put in my letter?
Feel free to take a look around.
Okay, I got it.
Join the Adventurers Guild.
Don't need to have my hair up as much anymore because it's finally cooling down again. I think I'm going to like how this is structured as well. It seems like all of these are going to be very straightforward towards their one ending. Some Hangouts suffer from the desire to just have enough endings. So sometimes they have to force some really dumb decisions in. And by dumb I mean they don't make for a compelling story in any way. But so far, it just seems like all of these they divert you very easy, and that's what I think should be done, for the most part. There are some endings where it's really good if there's just a final choice at the end. But a prime example of a completely wasted ending is Hazo's. This. There's no reason for there to be two separate endings here. It's just a complete waste. A complete waste. They ran out of ideas and they said, fuck it, put two endings in the Itto route. But here, all of these are their own standalone stories, which you just choose from the start, more or less. And I really like that.
I have a question for you, and I'd like to hear your honest opinion. And I, in turn, will tell you how I really think. When we were at Mingxing Jewelry, I admitted that my decision to sacrifice the Jade Chamber was a calculated one. I had already considered what I stood to lose and to gain. When you heard that, did it make you think that maybe I really was a cynical profit chaser after all? Yes, well, at the time, it seemed to me that sacrificing the Jade Chamber was the inevitable decision. All that talk about making up for my losses was really just to console myself. I was lying to Xingxi. My decision to destroy the Jade Chamber was nowhere near as thought through as I made it out to be. I just thought we should do what needed to be done, and this was a decision that only I could make. Afterwards, I consoled myself by reasoning that all my wealth comes from Leo Harbor. So, to lose Leo Harbor is to lose everything. In that sense, giving up the Jade Chamber would be a profitable investment in the long term. But it just didn't work. I was grief-stricken. Like a huge part of my heart was suddenly missing, because I had just severed ties with a lifelong companion. I stared out at the sea for goodness knows how long. I just couldn't let it go. I just couldn't. There was no way I could console myself. So why bother trying? But as time went by, I received so many thank you gifts and letters from people. Everyone was describing how they now saw me in a new light, how I'd become an inspiration to them. I gave up the Jade Chamber without a moment's hesitation, and I did it for the sake of Leo Harbor. And now, people are inspired to follow my example, to tackle their life challenges with the same unswerving determination. All of this was so encouraging to hear. It made me feel that my dear old companion's sacrifice was not in vain. Because, to most people, the idea that Lady Ningguang is someone who battles with grief and struggles to let go of the past is probably the furthest thing from the truth that they could imagine. This is one aspect of the truth that I can share only with you. The fact that I can't always be as strong as everyone thinks I am. Thank you for your comforting words. It feels good even just to be able to talk about it. I'm sorry that you have to see me in this state. But look where I am now, standing on the deck of the Jade Chamber once more, taking in the view. It must be fate's reward to me. And if I end up having to do it all over again in the future, I will not hesitate to make the same decision again.
Alright, I love that. That's one of my favourite endings, easily. That was a fantastic little character moment. That was fantastic. Current prediction, I think this is going to end up being... Oh, shit. Farazan, my number 1 favourite. Number 2 is Layla. Number 3, Ningguang. I'm really hoping Carvey's is good. I saved it for last because I'm expecting it to be the best. Because I know Alhaven's in it, I don't know how much he is in it. If only one of the endings has Alhaven in it, I'm probably not going to like it as much as I thought I would, unfortunately. I don't know why it's taken me this long to actually consider that. But the best thing about Carvey is Alhaven. It's not even Carvey himself, it's his relationship with Alhaven. So I really hope they take full advantage of that. There's quite a lot of collab content in Farazan. I am honestly expecting Farazan might stay as my favourite. It just depends on how much Alhaven's screen time there is. But so far this is a really good one. I thought it would be, so that's why I was saving it for last. For the most part, I've done them in like the order of like what I thought would be best to worst. But except for like Barbara, Noelle, and Bennett. Those three I chose because I did think they would be good, and Barbara was the first one we did. I chose it because I thought, let's get off to a good start, so let's do Barbara's. Who did I do next? Did I do Sayu afterwards? I think I did. Shit.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well?
Ningguang, something which I quite like here is that something we haven't particularly shown. Ningguang is kind of self-conscious. She isn't insecure, but she is definitely very self-conscious. She's very mindful of how people view her, both from a pragmatic and also probably from an emotional perspective. That's why she keeps asking us like personal questions. She wants to make sure we still value her as a friend and we don't think any less of her. She's afraid that her business attitude is pushing people away from her. She wants to make sure she appears as a very good businesswoman, but she also wants to actually be a human being.
There's nothing to worry about. We just need to go through the schedule you made and tick the items off one by one. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baishir completely by surprise. Sure, there's no harm in changing my schedule.
Her voice acting is actually really good. I don't know why I say actually, because Genshin has pretty damn good voice acting actually, except for like fucking mispronunciations and stuff. But Genshin has really good voice acting for at least all the important characters. I can't think of any bad voice acting. And that's good. There is a character that needs a good voice actor, has a good voice actor. And there aren't any bad voice actors. It's all good. But I really like how that voice actress actually really nailed how Ningguang is trying to stop herself from laughing after reading it. I really like that. You can tell she's smiling.
My schedule is usually very tightly packed, and any extra time I can squeeze out is spent on preparing for the future. So, it'll be quite nice to take a break. I don't often feel tired. Seeing the Mora come in has a way of making me feel still. So then. Something I never have the opportunity to do. Interesting. Before I decide, I'd like to know, what gave you this idea? Because as far as most people are concerned, Mora is the key to any and all opportunities. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is what I appreciate about you. You see things the way they are, rather than how they appear. I want to do something a little self-indulgent. Is that okay by you? Thank you. All right, here it is. I've always thought it would be fun to recapture what life was like before I joined the Liu Qixing. I was born into a humble family, and all the wealth you see now began with a single haul of fish. I had to. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Fishing isn't the half of it. You'd be amazed at some of the odd jobs I've worked in my time. A lot of the old folks like to brag about how I used to be their errand runner back in the day. They were tough times, but I had a clear goal and plenty of motivation. If I didn't make any money in the morning,
you make me
I'd have
feel
no
bad
food
for
for
not
lunch.
wanting to play as you.
That's why I came to be so obsessed with Mora. I want to relive that time from my life. Feel some of that drive again. Take a trip down memory lane. So how about it? Will you join me? Great. Then let me lay down the ground rules. We're not to use our status or reputation in Liyue Harbor to our advantage, and we have no starting capital. The goal is to see how much more we can make under these conditions. Okay. But working as a day laborer could be quite dull. Why don't we go down to the docks? They periodically throw out a lot of unclaimed or abandoned goods. We might find something that we can exchange for Mora. What does it matter? Don't worry about it. It's all part of the fun. Come on, let's go down to the docks. Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Oh, how strange. Me too. So, I imagine this must have... Sure. My schedule is usually... So, it'll be quite nice. I don't often... Still. So then... Something
Shit.
Have you played the chess game I made?
Shit.
It's called When I Was... I'm
Shit.
constantly revising. True. Is it one of the joys of playing...
Wrong choice.
I think the key will... I'm
Oh, you
planning
suck.
to make... One side will play the Guardians of Leo. No problem. I want to make... And no Guardians of... I am indeed. My thinking was, it seems only fitting for someone... Naturally. Everyone who owns this chess... Then it's just come with me.
Things, at the very least, of course, Hoyoverse really do not want to nerf characters, because otherwise I might get fucking sued if they make you spend 100 quid to get a character and then they nerf them. I've heard that's a genuine, legal concern, and it's a legitimate thing. We never have to worry about characters getting nerfed, but they aren't afraid to buff characters, which makes sense. John Lee, of course, got his humongous buff back almost when the game first launched. And of course, Fischl got a nerf, but that was, at the very least, disguised as a bug fix.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried. So, I imagine this must have taken by Sure. My schedule is usually very tightly packed, so it'll be quite nice to... I don't often feel tired. Still, you're... So then... Interesting. Because as far as most people are concerned, yes. I want to do something... thank you. I was born into a humble... Fishing isn't... A lot of the old folks like to brag. They were a tough time. If I didn't make it... I want to relive... So how about it? Will you... Great. We're not to use... The goal is to see... I can see why you'd suggest that. You're thinking I could use my knowledge of how Mora works to my advantage and make a lot of money there. But Northland Bank is a special case. I rather suspect I would not be welcome there. Yes, and also... Never mind. I'll just show you. It won't eat up too much time. I expect they still hold a grudge against me to this day.
Lady Ningguang, I would hope that you're not here to create further trouble for the Fatui. With all due respect, too much official pressure will risk driving our bank out of business.
There's no need to be so hostile. I'm just here to talk business. So, are you in business or not?
That depends on the proposal, and it's not my decision alone. But first, tell me, why should we believe that you really are here for business? Because if you're here to make us suffer huge losses like last time, then I'm sorry, but none of us here can afford that.
Straight to the point, I see. Works for me. Traveler, we're leaving. Let's not waste any more of our time here.
I have a lot on my plate right now. You can see yourselves out.
There was a chest up here, wasn't there? Just here? Nothing else?
Do you see what I mean now? Their attitude was just as I expected. That's for sure. Although our diplomatic relations with Snezhnaya haven't broken down completely. I dealt them a rather ruthless blow with the size of the reparations payment I imposed. This sum was paid by Northland Bank, so they are still wary of me to this day. Yes, with some exceptions, but that is more or less correct. If you encounter them in any other nations during your travels, be on your guard. They are more than just a commercial organization. That's okay. My intention here was to show you some of the repercussions of that great battle. But that's quite enough politics for today. Let's get back to our fun little survival game. Now that you mention it, yes. We're being watched. What are they plotting this time? My thoughts exactly. But we need to be discreet. If they realize we're onto them, then we'll lose the element of surprise. Let's act natural, determine who our tail is, then lure them somewhere more deserted so we can catch them. Keep moving, just walk forward at a normal pace and don't do anything to give away that we suspect anything.
Quake! Crumble!
I don't know why, but something about just running around as John Lee and just randomly throwing rocks at people just really makes me feel warm inside.
Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have a blast.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who
Okay, I think we have a few potential suspects. There's a lot of foot traffic here, but if you look closely, you'll see only a handful of people have been watching us constantly. But I'm still not sure which of them is our tail. Agreed. Whoever it is will continue to follow us.
Rise! Crumble!
Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have
Gather!
a blast.
I think we've narrowed it down a little further, but let's stay calm until we're 100% sure. It shouldn't take much longer.
The key here is consumer psychology.
Rise!
I think I have the answer. Let's get out of his line of sight and sneak up on him. Don't get the wrong person, though, or all our efforts will have been for nothing.
What are you doing?
Come now. Did you really think we wouldn't notice you sneaking around?
What? I'm not doing anything.
I don't know what scheme Northland Bank has in the works, and I don't know what they're paying you. But let's make a deal. How cooperative you are now decides how much immunity I give you when this gets investigated. Or do you seriously think Northland Bank won't throw you to the wolves when push comes to shove? Why don't you weigh the pros and cons and give me a clear answer before I retract my offer?
Sorry, Lady Ningguang. My assignment was just to follow you, I promise, that's it. When you showed up unannounced at Northland Bank, everyone was instantly on high alert. We figured you must be up to something, but your brief conversation left us none the wiser as to your intentions. We couldn't just overlook it. We had to get to the bottom of it before we could put our minds at rest.
I know they're wary of me, but this is still an overreaction, surely. This all feels very suspicious. There must be more to this than he is letting on. I only took you there to demonstrate how tense things are. Somehow we only tested the waters, but ended up with the catch of the day. Is there anyone else following us besides you?
Yes. They would have seen this and reported back.
Then we need to get moving. The longer they have to react, the fewer clues they'll leave behind. No time. I'll just have to improvise. Keep him with you. Do not let him slip away.
Right, but he's gone.
Saying that Ningguang hasn't done anything? Impossible! She wouldn't have shown up here out of the blue without good reason. Keep investigating. We must ascertain her intentions.
So much commotion. This must be an important meeting.
Oh, great.
It looks like I wasn't supposed to be privy to the contents of this particular meeting. This simplifies things.
So, you are here to investigate us after all. Where did you get wind of this?
That doesn't matter. What matters is that I made a brief and inconsequential visit, and your first reaction was to immediately arrange a sizable surveillance operation with myself as the target. You couldn't have advertised your guilty conscience more clearly if you'd tried. You may as well come clean. You know I will not turn a blind eye to any violation of the rules in Liyue Harbor.
Even if we cooperate with her investigation, she's bound to find problems even where there are none. Well, if you're such a stickler for the rules, you can carry out your investigation by the book. The Northland Bank has no obligation to cooperate, even with a member of the Liyue Qixing.
I really like how with Fatui here have a little bit of drip going on. Often you don't see, I mean, a fair few of the Fatui Harbingers have some really good drip, but they're the Harbingers. For the regular Fatui, they're just around, so they don't have much drip. These people do, they have some drippy going on.
Fine by me. Then I'll take my time. But you'll be begging to tell me everything by the time I'm through.
Oh, that was it? Oh. Okay, well, yeah, that was a little bit underwhelming. That was a very sudden ending. So we don't even know what they were doing? Yeah, that sucked. Like, that very much feels like they ran out of ideas. Because, of course, obviously, throwing out, oh, let's go visit the Fatui for fun. Yeah, that was a little bit weird. This definitely feels like they ran out of ideas. But alright. It's a cool little
Are made for transferring commodities back.
Shut up, John Lee. I'm sick of hearing your fucking voice, honestly. To me, it's just one unfortunate thing about Hangout events is you can do the Hangouts in any order. Though there are, of course, certain stories which you're most likely to pick first. I think they should really design that with those in mind, because, like, there's a lot of Hangout events which I've really, really loved, but then, like, the final ending we get is the underwhelming one, and it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. I really feel like they should deliberately design them with a specific ending being the final ending you get in mind.
Osmanthus
To guarantee you finish it with a smile on your face. Also, I heard apparently Sucrose is going to be on the banner after Hu Tao, which is unfortunate because I really want Sucrose. Just for, well, I mean, her elemental mastery buff alone seems pretty damn good. I didn't know about that, but that seems really good. So I think I would definitely have some use for Sucrose. She also has the suck.
Lady Ningguang, to what do I owe the honor? Are you here to inspect the goods in the warehouse? You may have to wait a moment. I must have not gotten the message. Sorry, I won't be long. I'll grab all the paperwork right away.
Calm down. No need to panic. That's not why we're here.
Oh, you're just looking for me? I haven't done anything. Have I? I mean, I don't think so. All right, the periodic clearances. Yeah, I've been handling those, strictly per the protocol. I make sure I post all the necessary notices and notify every individual that I'm required to. It used to be a huge problem, but with a bit of hard work, I've managed to reduce the amount of goods we need to clear out by at least half. It's hard to say. It really depends. Everyone has their own reasons. But as far as the warehouse is concerned, they all fall into these categories: unclaimed goods, damaged goods, or unpaid storage fees. As for the damaged ones, I guarantee you it's nothing to do with how they're stored. It's because some things go bad more easily than others. If it sits there in the warehouse for too long, it goes without saying that it could start to affect the other goods. But that aside, even the smell is just unbearable.
So, have you cleared out any of these goods recently?
I'm afraid we just finished clearing out all the big ones. But don't worry, Lady Ningguang. If you're here for an inspection, then I'm here to make it happen. Hang tight. I'll grab some of the smaller items for you right away.
Hold on. Oh, I don't think he has quite grasped the nature of this situation.
Lady Ningguang, I had a quick run through the list and cleared out some more items. Please, inspect them at your leisure.
Let me see here. Soggy food, an odd shoe, a broken mirror, a small wooden toy. It's a shame we missed the last clearance. We're down to the slim pickings now. Some of these are true junk, but there are a few items of value here. Take this wooden toy, for example. The wood is good quality. If you took it apart, there's quite a number of useful everyday objects that you could turn it into, with a little work.
Huh? You want it? Well, sure. Take whatever you want. It's all getting thrown away anyway.
Great. This is going well. Yes. And once we're done, we will find a merchant to give us an appraisal of their value.
I have no idea what's going on here, and I'm not about to ask either. Take care. If there's anything else you need, just give me a shout.
What does that mean? When did we get this? Why the fuck does Albedo give an elemental mastery buff? Why? He's a Geo character. I was just thinking about Sucrose more, just why? Why is Albedo, like, it makes a lot of sense for his theme, but also it doesn't make sense for him to be a fucking Geo character. He's a perfect candidate for a Dendro character. Why would you make a character that's all about alchemy and shit like that into the least reactive element? Why? Obviously the reason why is because they needed more Geo characters and because Dendro didn't exist back then. But it is such a missed opportunity. Just imagine Albedo, he's literally the exact same character, but they made him Dendro instead. Exact same numbers, exact same kit, but he's Dendro. Holy shit. That would just be fucking crazy. That'd be insanely good. But no, it's fucking Geo. I personally want a Geo rework. I think something they should do to Geo, what I think they should do, they should make it so that you can, first of all, Geo isn't like Animo, where if you apply Geo first, then nothing happens. Like Animo and Geo, you have to apply them second, otherwise nothing happens. Whereas every other element, you can apply them whatever, and you get the same reaction. I think remove that, make Geo so it works like every other element except Animo. Remove the crystallized reaction, except make it so that Geo reacts with Animo. Currently it doesn't, you cannot swirl Geo. Make it so that Geo is swirled by Animo, and when you swirl Geo, it creates crystallized crystals. Take away their elemental alignment, and then make them a little bit stronger at base. So their maximum strength is lowered, but their minimum strength is increased, and instead of getting them via elements, you get them via swirl now. And then the other angle, of course, there's the artifact set, which is based on crystallized. Just rework that set so it does the same thing, but somehow differently, I don't know. And then I think Geo would make a lot of sense to kind of have a bloom-like reaction. I'm a really big fan of the idea of triple reactions, and I think you could make Geo do that a lot. I feel like with Geo you could have like turning, well, like how John Lee petrifies enemies. Make it so that Geo plus Cryo petrifies enemies. So it's an alternative to freeze. I was thinking you could have Pyro and Geo cover the enemy in Molten Rock, and that could be a damage boost as well as damage over time. Loads of shit. There's so much stuff you could do with Geo as a concept, both as crystal and earth. Also kind of metal as well. This is clearly like a metal pillar. There's a lot you can do with the concept of Geo. It's really, really untapped.
Lady Ningguang, welcome to my humble store. What can I get for you?
Actually, today's a little different. I'm not here to buy anything. I wanted to ask if you could take a look at some goods for me.
Just take a look? What for? Oh, I see. Let me take a look then. I mean, I can take them. I have a few regular customers I can talk to. They should be able to salvage the raw materials. Shouldn't take long at all. But,
What's wrong? If it's too much trouble, please. There's no need to force it.
No, it's nothing like that. Well, anyway, let's talk prices. So all of these together, I'll give you 150,000 mora. How does that sound?
Oh, well...
I was hoping they'd do this.
No worries, no
Ningguang
worries.
cannot
The
escape her
price is
status, and
negotiable,
it's...
of course, so we can discuss it further.
Ironically, it's really good for... it's really good for her financially, but she probably feels a little bit shitty actually getting this much for something we just got for free by going to a fucking lost and found bin.
If that figure's not what you had in mind, I can, bump it up a little. It'll be fine. I'm sure we can reach an agreement here.
What are your thoughts? Yes. At most, these items are only worth a couple of thousand mora.
Huh? Wait a minute. So you're really here just to sell a few things? And, specifically... these things? I thought that was all code for some kind of inspection or something.
It appears so. We can't go on like this. Let's try something else. As long as we're in Liyue Harbor, this kind of misunderstanding is inevitable. If I wasn't Ningguang, Go-Sonar probably wouldn't have handed all of these over to us. And you likely wouldn't be willing to buy them either.
To be completely honest, you're not wrong.
This goes against the rules we set for ourselves at the start. Are there any other ways for adventurers to make mora besides their remuneration from the guild? Great. I don't mind. Let's give it a try. Lead the way.
You two have a good one. What in the heck has gotten into Lady Ningguang today? Did I say that out loud? Never mind.
Wasn't there a quest with Yanfei, where we discovered that this guy was conning another guy or something? I remember that. There's a bunch of quests I remember specifically in Liyue, which I just don't remember what they were. There's like Shenhe's quest. I don't know if it was her story quest, or if it was like an interlude act or something. There was the one I just mentioned with Yanfei. There are quite a few quests, but I just don't remember where they come in. I could probably check, thanks to this tab. Oh, I didn't realise this. Story quests are getting longer. Oh boy, well, we're probably going to be eating good with Fontaine. Yeah, so this is rebuilding J Chamber quest. So this has a... This had a Yunjin, Shenhe. Also Xingqiu Silver. Is this the quest where we got trapped? Seems like it. Ah, this is Samush. Why doesn't it refer to him as Bruce? That's very disappointing. This is Carrie Bear. Interesting. And Inazuma doesn't have an interlude. Poor Inazuma. Also, neither does Mondstadt. Poor Mondstadt. Mondstadt is forgotten. Yeah, what the fuck was the quest of Yanfei? Oh, it was probably... Was it a quest for a teapot? It might be a quest for a teapot. As just like an extended world quest with voice acting.
This must be the place. Let's do this.
Oh boy. Here we go. Right, let's just do that first, and then let's do this, and then let's do this. And then we run through it, and then we do this. Wait, I need to check her kit. Right, we have. Oh, Widsith. I'm quite interested in this weapon, because look at that fucking perk, man. Lois Widsith seems fucking crazy. 60% attack, elemental damage by 48%. But this is Refinement 1. Refinement 1, 48% elemental damage bonus? It's because typically Refinement 5 doubles shit. So that's crazy. Of course, it is only a periodic buff, so otherwise, it's only once every 30 seconds. So, and also it's randomized. So it's definitely a little bit of a gamble, and you're going to have a significant downtime on it, but when it is active, it's really fucking powerful. I quite like that concept. Oh, we have some constellations. What do we have? Yeah. Great. God damn, yeah. Of course they're going to make her really, really powerful. And normal attack damage isn't even good. 44%? The charge attack is kind of okay. Okay, give me more enemies. Really? Of it? Can I run off and find some?
Give up. Don't waste my time. It's nothing.
Quake!
Okay. Yeah, so resonance is not all that useful. And even with all this investment, I would consider this a crazy good build. Personally. For a 4-star, to me this is a crazy big investment. And yet, not much payoff, honestly.
It feels like it's been a long time since I've gotten so physical. The feeling of creating your wealth with your own 2 hands is just as exhilarating as ever. Yes, I'd say so. Everything starts out small. You focus on quantity at the outset, and gradually shift to focusing on quality as your wealth builds. And let's not forget, we started with no initial capital. It's reasonable to expect building something from nothing to be highly demanding. In any case, the sight of Mora has always had a way of improving my mood, no matter what the sum is. I intend to. I'm not ready to stop yet. This time, let's try something a little more challenging.
Honestly, I remember I used to think when I first saw Ningguang's design, I thought she was Fatui.
Don't waste time.
Stabilize.
Everyone hold hands.
Right now, right here, right now.
Submit.
Another satisfying haul. Ah, what a feeling. That's very kind of you. But I know I'm no match for a professional adventurer like yourself. For me, a battle is just a form of exercise. A way to keep fit and use up any surplus energy. Oh no, not yet. There's more Mora to be made. Hey, look! What's that hole in the ground? Oh, I see. So if we catch it, there's Mora for the taking? Oh, how quaint. That was your Beto impression, was it? Well, I'm afraid I'm having far too much fun to stop what I'm doing and start bickering with you, Captain. Come on, let's go get this weasel thief.
There it is! After it!
Goodness, this reminds me of fishing. Not an easy catch. But we didn't let it slip away, and the haul is now ours. That's what counts. Let's see. A little over 1,000 Mora. We can't do any serious business with this amount of starting capital. We need to keep working hard. Actually, now that you mention it, I'm suddenly a little hungry. Huh. Amidst the thrill of the chase, I didn't even notice. Wangshu Inn is right there, but... Same thoughts here. After how hard we worked to get our hands on this Mora, it would be a shame to eat it all in a single sitting. In which case, I think I'll take this opportunity to show you a skill that I used to be rather proud of. Yes, but the rule of the game is no fishing rods allowed. We're going fishing by hand. Come on, let's go down to the river.
He went. I was taking a clip, fuck you.
Solidify!
This should be enough. Let's head back to land and grill them. Here, have a taste of my cooking. A fresh catch can go straight on the grill with minimal preparation and it tastes delicious, even with no seasoning. It's a little charred, that's on purpose. I just like how it tastes. Normally, I have to make a special request to the chef if I want it to taste like this. It was nothing. Back in the day, I had to hurry home after work to do my household chores. Then, in the evening, it was out to the night market with the family to support our stall. I was always meticulous with the most menial of tasks. My mother always loved that about me. But, by the same token, she didn't love the idea of me leaving home and starting my own business. She thought it was just an unnecessary risk when I could just carry on helping out at home instead.
Is your mother still around? Fucking hell, this stream's been 3.5 hours. What's the time? Almost 10:30. Oh dear.
You'd be more likely to see me pulling up outside Wanmin restaurant and selling grilled tiger fish from a food cart. My childhood memories run deep. I'll always have a special affection for fish. They are confined to the water, and yet they live free, swimming around wherever the mood takes them. It is. I have greatly enjoyed experiencing the adventurer lifestyle with you. When I think back on all my hard work in the past, it motivates me to face the challenges that lie ahead in the future. That sounds great. I'm looking forward to it. But, a word of warning, I am very picky about my grilled fish. I can be a tough lady to impress.
So currently sitting on 60 wishes, which is pretty good. I don't remember, does soft pay start at 60 or 70? Anyway, so I quite liked that. The Fatui one, yeah, just kind of just end really quickly. That was very clearly they ran out of ideas, I think. All the other routes here were pretty damn good. I think I quite like all three of these. I really like the ending to this one. This ending was brilliant. One of the best endings of all of the Hangouts. But this one, unfortunately, kind of drags the whole thing down a little bit. I really like the structure of this one. But each of them, they diverge very early. And also, this isn't a very long one at all. It felt probably, this is actually, to me, probably the perfect length. This is, out of all of them, this has felt the perfect pace and the perfect length for a Hangout. Despite the stream being 3.5 hours long. I don't know quite what it is, but it feels like they really nailed the pace with this one. So all we have left is Cave and tomorrow Noel. So tomorrow I will do Noel first, and maybe Cave afterwards. Or either I'll do Cave after Noel on the same day, or I'll do Cave the next day. Depends what I'm feeling like on the day. Oh, stop telling me my fucking screenshots can't upload to PlayStation. I know you fucking suck. Honestly, to me, the main reason why the console wars are so pathetic is because Xbox is so fucking clearly better than PlayStation. Like, if you genuinely own both and you use both, to me there's nowhere near even a comparison. PlayStation does so much shitty stuff. And PlayStation is very much the Fortnite of actual gaming consoles. It sees what everyone else is doing and tries to copy it. But literally, they just released a fucking Switch rip-off and everyone hates it. Rightfully so. Like, PlayStation, yeah, probably does have more exclusives of a better quality. But everything else about PlayStation is worse than Xbox. Like, worse hardware, worse UI and general software. Like, the actual console itself and everything about it is worse. They are just copycats. Moralistically, or ethically, they're worse. PlayStation push really, really hard right now for 70 quid being the standard price of games, even though it never went above 50 fucking quid, and they're pushing 70 quid really hard. It's really, that one really irks me. And yeah, that's the thing about the PlayStation exclusives. To me, it's kind of a moot point. Because, yeah, sure, they're good exclusives, but at the same time, they cost an extortionate amount. Fucking extortionate. 70 quid for God of War Ragnarok. Fuck off. You can actually buy past consoles for less than that.
Stabilize!
Right here, right now. Scatter!
If your game costs more than 3 times as much as Outer Wilds with its DLC does, I'm expecting one of the best games ever made, quite frankly. I need a bow user.
Come on. Don't... Not bad.
Yeah, there are many things I hate about Sony. Of course, I don't think I'm particularly biased because I started out with PlayStation. I played PlayStation quite a while before I played Xbox. And there are things I give Sony credit for, like Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse is utterly brilliant. That's, of course, that's an entirely different fucking case to PlayStation. Yeah, and PlayStation is not just like bad, but like excessively behind on some things. I've already talked about before about how the PlayStation app is fucking awful. I had that issue where it actually showed me like stuff from another person's account, which is a massive security risk.
Right here, right now, emerge.
That's really scary. Actually, it's possible that you can use a PlayStation app to look into other people's accounts, essentially fucking steal shit from them.
No time to lose.
So yeah, to me the entire debate is a little bit pathetic. PlayStation also has been, of course, people who in more recent years have been trying to stop crossplay from happening. They also tried to stop the Microsoft acquisition of Blizzard and all that. And we do need to keep Microsoft in check for that, but outright blocking it is a little bit bullshitty. Sony was allowed to purchase Bungie with no problem, even though Destiny 2 is currently, incredibly unfortunately, one of the most popular games on the planet. I think. Maybe not. It fucking shouldn't be. But I believe it is. Just because if I've actually... Yeah, I have left chests here. Huh.
I see everything! Emerge, right
But
here.
yeah, so Sony buys one of the biggest game studios on the planet, no one bats an eye, but Microsoft buys another one of the biggest, and it's illegal.
No time to lose.
It's quite some bullshit. Thankfully, of course, they actually managed to block that.
Now I just need to get my hands on the rest.
But we should still hold Microsoft to a standard, of course. But I think we should also hold Sony to a standard. And I think if people did, they'd realise that Sony is a bit shit, quite frankly.
Everyone's okay? Right now, right here.
But if they had ported Genshin, if I'm being completely honest, if they had ported Genshin Impact to Nintendo Switch already, so they said they were going to, and they haven't given an update on the development in years. So I'm just assuming it's not coming. If they had confirmed it was like releasing soon, I probably wouldn't have picked up a PS5. I probably would have just waited for Genshin Impact to come out on Switch and then just never bought a PS5. Yeah, beyond just doing everything Xbox does but worse, is also of course incredibly obnoxious how they also... I mean, they just so blatantly rip them off and just do it worse. Every time.
Now I just need to get my hands on the rest.
This is suspicious. I feel like there's a chest hidden in the ground here. Of course, there isn't all that much point in exploring the UX, it just doesn't have many primos and chests.
Emerge! Right now! Emerge!
Stabilize!
Anyway, brief rant about Sony over. We're going to run this artifact domain once. On an amending stream. Farazan still number 1, then Layla. It really is hard because my memories are fading of some of the earlier ones. And also, of course, like recency bias. Farazan, Layla. Okay, yeah. Farazan, Layla, Yunjin. Then Kuki Shinobu, then probably Ningguang, then probably... I don't know, Barbara or Noelle. After them, Bennett. Then probably Toma. Not sure where I'd put Beidou, honestly, it's kind of hard. Beidou's quest was, like, good in the moment, but it's kind of one of the more forgettable ones, actually. If I'm being honest, I've basically completely forgotten the whole of it. I remember the start of it, you go on and you like ask to learn how to be a pirate, and there's a really shitty fucking boat puzzle where you have to ram the fucking explosive barrels. I can't forget that. And then I remember there's like a shady business deal. That's all I remember. I can only remember one of the endings, and I can only half remember it. As with Toma, there was the class, and there was the... I can remember it, but I can't quite describe it. It's like right on the tip of my tongue. There's the one where they go around Rito. There's the one where they visit the dogs. Was it? There's the housekeeping classes, of course. Yeah, that one. Also this one, yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes with some characters it's very clear, like, they had some really good ideas, but then, like, they ran out of ideas eventually, and so then some of them are just filler. The better ones are the ones where clearly there's less filler, and each of the endings actually serves to really show stuff about the character. What's like those prosperity books I got? Because the thing is, I kind of want to invest into Yelan more than Ketching. Because Yelan, I know I'm going to get value out of it, because I know I'm going to use Yelan. Whereas catching, I don't know. And especially since I'm getting Hu Tao. I mean, we'll find out if I'm getting Hu Tao very soon. Yeah, I'm not missing her. I'm willing to spend money to secure her map banner. So yeah, so on Friday, when we assumedly reveal that she is indeed going to be the next banner, hopefully it is the next one. I'd rather it's the next one than the one after that, honestly. Yeah, hopefully she is the next one with Xingqiu and Fischl. Hopefully that's all correct. And when that happens, I'll grind out the resources to take her to at least level 80. Maybe I'll even go even further and take her to level 90. I would have to decide how much I like her first. But I'm definitely going to give her the John Lee treatment, at least take her to level 79. How many books do I have? 88. That's
Osmanthus wine tastes the...
Like, how many does it take to take a character from level 70 to 79? A lot. It takes a lot. I do have enough XP books to bring her up to level 89, but it definitely would start becoming concerned afterwards. These Hangouts have given us quite a lot of XP books. Frankly, I don't think... It seems like farming XP books from ley lines isn't that bad.
Solidify!
Take! Right now, right here. Emerge.
I hate how it feels like enemies are going out of their way now to make it seem like my estimation of Tartaglia Hyper Bloom was incorrect. It feels like they're doing everything in their power to make everything go wrong for me, and it kind of sucks. So I know this should be doing better than it is.
Solidify!
Right here, right now.
No time to lose.
Of course, that is a potential concern for Abyss, but it also is a problem that he would always have. I think a problem which would actually be even bigger when using Zhang Ling and Bennett. Definitely Bennett as well. Because, of course, Zhang Ling's burst doesn't have particularly great range. It has 360-degree coverage, this is great. But of course, weight swings around you, so if it misses, you have to wait a second for it to hit again. So it's a massive damage loss. And also, of course, its range isn't particularly great.
Stabilize!
Right here. Emerge. Right here. Right now, right here.
No time to lose.
I see everything. Emerge. Emerge, right here.
I didn't mean to do that. I meant to use a regular resin, for fuck's sake. Yep, immediately punished. Is this set for Zhao? Now that's 18%, meaning it goes up to 18%, isn't it? So that goes up to 50% extra damage. Yeah, this set seems like it's for Zhao. But I don't think its damage scales with HP though. Of course, it's weird to have that set be for Zhao, because typically, I mean, Zhao released several years before this area did.
Solidify!
Emerge.
Gather!
Grow! Right now, right here. Emerge.
Bring it on. No time to look.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, I'll Google a guide. If this has been more, if I'd done this earlier, maybe there'd be a chance of me recognizing the location. It's been a while since I did my Sumeru exploration, so I don't know. Ooh, new RT game video on Starfield. I don't know anything about Starfield. I have very little interest in it. Genshin clipboard 15. This is the final one.
Solidify!
Right now. Right here. Right now.
Who's next?
Huh. Alright.
Everyone hold hands.
Gather!
No time to...
Hey!
Not bad. Not bad at all. I could get used to this. All right, now we're talking.
Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Stabilize! Solidify!
Everyone hold hands. Emerge.
I remember I explored this with a friend before, and I think I just forgot to explore it myself.
No time to lose. No time to lose.
Okay, I have been here before.
Stabilize!
I see everything. Right now. Emerge. Everyone hold hands. Right now. Right here.
No time to lose. Yeah.
Hey! Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
Bring it on.
I've been thinking about it, and I feel like Hu Tao's style would be similar to Tartaglia's. Except Tartaglia, of course, still has this to use on his downtime, whereas Hu Tao doesn't. Hu Tao just says, ah, fuck it, well, I'm a physical damage dealer now. Unless you're running a character that can imbue elements.
Now I just need to get
Though
my
you could
hands on the
also
rest.
continue to use Yalan or Xingqiu. So you can continue normal attacking, but you'll lose your vaporizers.
Right here.
No time.
Hey!
Stabilize.
I am honestly quite scared that I'm going to take John Lee into the Abyss and then find out that his shield breaks a lot more than I would like it to. Of course, I would like to go in there for the shield to never break. Because of course any damage is permanent otherwise. Now it would be much less of a problem when running John Lee with Hu Tao. That's the thing. Because Hu Tao will have Xingqiu for chip healing, at least.
Emerge. Right here.
But that's not necessarily bad for Tartaglia, because if Tartaglia can't use John Lee, he will instead be using Kazuha. Which of course Kazuha doesn't give him any healing, but he does give him additional grouping and obviously buff his damage rolls, also obviously dealing a lot more damage than John Lee does.
Hey! Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
Gather. I will have order.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Right here. Right now.
That was by far the fastest I've ever shredded one of those things. By far. I probably should have used my Dendro Treasure Compass. Oh well. I didn't... What am I doing? I was meant to follow a fucking guide. Oh, I'm an... God, I really am stupid sometimes.
I could get used to this.
Also, I need to remember to go back to the Artifact Reliquary and to do at least one emblem. I can probably do 2, because I recently got some shitty emblem feathers.
Solidify!
Emerge. Right now. Right here. Everyone hold it?
No time to lose.
Gather! Quake! Stabilize!
Just leave her alone. Emerge. Right now.
I could get used to this. Yeah!
I see everything. Right here. Right now. Emerge. Everyone hold hands.
Stabilize! Solidify! This is order!
I see everything. Right here. Right now. Emerge.
Grip time!
Right here. Right now. Right here.
Stabilize!
Obviously, this team's damage output increases significantly as long as the enemy stays within the radius of John Lee's skill. I do feel like that's something they should still actually buff about John Lee. They should increase the range of his skill. Not the damage, leave the damage as is. Buff the range of it so that it can spread more geoprocs. Because more geoprocs means I get more reactions. More reactions means more Nahida. Yeah, that was a little bit cruel, honestly, game.
Crumble!
Yeah, that does unfortunately happen a lot. That means we're not getting much value out of Tenacity of Millilith. I might need to heal. Maybe we got sigils to turn in. 9,074 primos. This is the poorest I've been in a while. Several months, actually, I think. I am conserving my Genesis crystals, so I do think I may want to purchase some of these outfits in future. Officials? I'm not much of a fan of, if I'm being honest.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
I really like her
for
default
I,
design.
Official, and the Prinzessin
Of course, I know this is based on her events. This might be the first cosmetic outfit in the game, actually. So I thought that event was like right after the game came out. I have no clue what event this is from. No clue, honestly.
A blade embraces
It's kind of cute,
duty,
but yeah, I have no clue what it's from.
their gems.
This just looks really cool. Yeah, that's 2,480. So technically that skin is 45 quid. Technically. Realistically, it's still actually very expensive. That's why I do appreciate Vulcan Moon being in Genesis crystals, or given some Genesis crystals. 4.49 for like, it's barely a difference. Actually, it's hilarious how Vulcan Moon is actually like pretty good value. Or at least relative to the game itself. Of course, you can argue, oh, nothing is worth anything. But, I mean, relative to the actual game itself, it's hardly a comparison to even being made here. Is literally 10 times more valuable. For the same price. These bundles, I can't imagine that people actually fucking buy these. This is a little bit overpriced. Just a little bit. 980. How much is that? That's 14 quid. And it's only refreshed once a year. These do. That's why, like, I want to buy them, and then I know that I have those in the bank, no matter what. Like, buying each of these options is, first of all, this is going to be, that's more than 10 wishes. And that's more than double that, so that's more than 20 wishes. And that's, oh, that isn't quite double that. But that's still going to be like somewhere around, going to be more than 30 wishes, definitely. And then this, I know, is basically a guaranteed 5-star. Purchasing that. Now, I did just do some financial calculations earlier today, which puts my finances in a slightly better light than I thought. And so, that definitely makes me a little bit less standoffish about buying it. Because I don't know, would I buy the cheapest one first and then go up as I need them? Or would I just jump straight into this? Because, of course, this is the best value. So, I don't know. How much does it cost to buy all of these? I mean, yeah, let me do some math. I do think these are overpriced, but Genshin's earned enough goodwill from me. I'm not about to buy them right now on the stream, I'm just theorizing. £174 to buy all of them. Ugh. I'll think about it when it comes to it, because right now I don't need it. Hopefully, if they are going to reset them, they will say they will, and I won't just have to go by YouTubers' words for it. So I'd much rather not do that. I hope they do say, if they are going to reset these, they do say so on the update live stream on Friday. So I would hate to learn that they did refresh these, and then I don't know about it, and then that actually results in me missing a 5-star in the future. So again, what I'm thinking is, like, I could buy this once, secure Hu Tao, then it resets, and then I can buy it again to secure A, if necessary, if I have to do that. I don't want to have to do that, but I'd like to have it open as an option. Because I don't mind spending that much money on this game. Because I've spent, well, I'm over 900 hours now, officially. I'm at, like, according to PlayStation, 900 and probably 20 after today. And I know that's inaccurate, so I'm potentially already over 1,000 hours in. And so, like, to me, you pay... I mean, some people are paying fucking 70 quid for fucking Madden and shit, you fucking idiots. But you pay, like... Well, Metal Gear Rising is like a 5-hour game, and I gladly... Well, I mean, I only paid like 20 quid for it, because by that time it was old. I mean, just like value for money, and money is time. So how much time do you put into a game, how much of that do you enjoy, and then that's how much you'd be willing to spend on it. I've enjoyed most of my time with Genshin Impact. Most of the 1,000 hours I've had so far, I can't give an exact number, but I would say definitely a solid 85% of it I have enjoyed. That 15% is largely probably like abyss runs and shit. Or certain quests I don't like, or something like that. And like, I've spent like a fucking grand on Warframe, probably. Unfortunately, not fully out of my own pocket. My poor dad. Oh boy. Of course, Warframe has kept me occupied for almost half of my life. I've been playing Warframe for... well, since very early 2016, I think. So, coming up on 8 years of Warframe. And what's over 6,000 hours played. It's like, I'm fine with that spend on Warframe because it makes sense based on how much time I spent. But if I didn't play Warframe all that much or something, which nowadays I don't, but that's my I can't play it because my Xbox is fucking broken right now. No, I think having this little break from it is probably going to be good. It's going to give me more reason to get back into it later when I do get an Xbox again. Like, if you don't play a game much and stuff and you do just catch the hell out of it, yeah, I do think it is ridiculous. But if you put in the hours like this, then it just makes logical sense, quite frankly. If you're... Even better if you can play a game for this long and not invest any money into it, good on you. You've gotten hundreds of hours of entertainment for free. That's really good. But go ahead, spend money, you shouldn't really feel bad about it. What you should feel bad about is if you play the game for 10 hours and then you purchase this 5 times so you can get your first 5-star. Because that is a little bit ridiculous if you do that. But again, like, my intention is that once I get Hu Tao and A, then I'm done. Like, I don't need stuff anymore. So I'm thinking after them, I might not even get Welcome Moon anymore. I might not even get Welcome Moon or Battle Pass. Or I might go for one of the two. So I'm not sure which one is better value. Welcome Moon gives you... how many wishes?
Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have a
Isn't it like 18? Shit, 3,000 divided by 160, 80, yeah. It gives you 18, almost 19, very nearly almost 19 wishes. One purchase of Welcome Moon. That's a Battle Pass. What does a Battle Pass give you? One purchase of Battle Pass gives you 680 primos. That's 4. So 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. So Battle Pass gives you 8. But of course it gives you more XP books, talent books, resin, Battle Pass weapon. Interesting. But yeah, so like, once I get those two, if I'm willing to spend money on those two, is because first, they're both important to my account, they're both very strong characters, but also amongst my favourite characters. So I'm very much interested in getting them. And so after that, I'm potentially willing to go completely free to play. Of course I wouldn't be free to play, I would have dropped money on the game. You know, I already have. But not like a, not unreasonable amount. I haven't spent that much on Genshin so far. And I think I've gotten really good value for what I've spent. I don't think you'd see any other gacha game really have characters like this for that much investment. I think some other games have like really bad power creep on their 5 stars and stuff. So even when you do get a 5 star, it actually is kind of crap because it's like an early game 5 star. It was like one which you're specifically designed to get really early for free, kind of like Traveller. But Traveller's obviously different, that's your starting character and everything. The game makes it very clear that Traveller is not supposed to be super overpowered or anything. Whereas other games give you fucking fake 5 stars, which are actually like really weak or something, and they still charge you a couple £100 and several hundred hours of your time for it. Yeah, again, when I first started Genshin, I thought, wow, there's no way I'll ever get a 5-star character. That'd be wild. So when I first got into Hida, I was like, whoa, holy shit, I've got a 5-star character. I'm gonna start using her because I want to get the sunk cost fallacy, whatever the fuck. And I was like, oh wait, that's not sunk cost fallacy. I really like this character. Holy shit, they're so powerful, they're so much fun. Wow. Let's make the great journey all the way from Mondstadt all the way to Sumeria without doing any story quests, so I can level her up. That was fun. I really liked doing that. I do wish I had streamed Genshin from the start. I didn't know how to stream on PlayStation at the time. If I did know how to, I would have. So yeah, I think my experience of the game would be really interesting. Since something really interesting about Genshin is, yeah, how you do talk about like an account being strong. It is kind of like a weird thing, like collecting characters really matters. And so like, having different characters on your account can fully change your experience of a game. Due to the fact that Heath was my first 5-star, she's the best sub-DPS character in the game, she's the best Dendro character in the game, she's a really good DPS as well. It really... well, all my builds are fucking Dendro builds. And I wonder why. It's because this little fucker got me fucking hooked on Dendro. From the start of the game, that completely changed my experience. To ascend her, I made a journey all the way over to Sumeru. That completely changed my experience. I was exploring Sumeru before I'd even started the Liyue story quest. And that resulted in me being a way higher adventure rank and stuff than I was intended. Yeah, it's just kind of a cool thing to me how you wouldn't think it with Genshin Impact, but everyone has a significantly different experience. But honestly, I would say Genshin Impact does like having a different experience thing better than fucking Breath of the Wild and shit. Honestly. I would say that different playthroughs of Genshin are far more differentiated than different playthroughs of Zelda and shit. Honestly. Especially since Genshin is kind of shaped by when you start as well. Like, what banner is your first? Like, people that get John Lee as their first 5-star will probably like support characters. The other thing I forgot to say about Hida is because she's a sub-DPS, she really got me into sub-DPS characters. And so that's why I invested in Fischl really early on. That's why I was so excited to get Yaimiko as an extra sub-DPS character. That's why I really liked Colle as a second Dendro sub-DPS. Etc, etc. But someone got John Lee very early on.
Wine taste.
They probably wouldn't be very good at dodging. They wouldn't be as used to having to dodge as other people. They would probably like supportive character roles more. They wouldn't have as much reason to go explore Sumeru earlier. Which again, I really think, I don't like how Inazuma's blocked off by story. I think you should be able to access it beforehand. And same for Fontaine, but I don't think they should have done it the way they did, where we just put a teleport waypoint here. I think you should have it fucking border Mondstadt. So if you want to go there, you just go over here. And it's right here. Which it might. It might. And I hope they do that. I mean, right here, people say that Fontaine is... People were saying that Fontaine's can be as big or even bigger than Sumeru. You can fit the Sumeru Desert in this gap. And it would connect the two. I really hope they do connect Fontaine to Mondstadt. I really do. So I think that's a much better way to get new players into a region than just awkwardly slapping down a teleport waypoint here. Especially since actually newer players might be more interested in the desert. I mean, they'll teleport here. New players will have their final chat with Venti, they'll teleport here and they're like, whoa, that looks cool. What the fuck's going on over there? And also, it takes away from the natural discovery of it as well. I really do think that once they do expand the map over to here, I think they should rethink their decision with that teleport waypoint. Or even, they can still do it, really. Because honestly, like, by the time you go through that whole story quest, I imagine you'll realise, oh, I can go over here if I want to go to Fontaine. And so at that point, it just wouldn't really matter, probably. But yeah, I'm not a fan of this being here. I do think new players should be able to explore Fontaine early. I do not think that it should be achieved by this way. I think they should just put made the border Mondstadt. I mean, I've done enough talking. My fucking voice hurts. Bye. Shit, did I do everything? Okay, I need to go to a reliquary and Teapot. Right, bye.